All right. What's up, Perps? I believe we're live. I think we're live. I hope we're live. Or at least a live this morning. You never know, though. It can get iffy. Especially this early in the morning. So we'll see who stacks in this morning. I'm still getting tabs squared away. We got SCOTUS supposed to be taking or in conference with 3 different gun cases this morning. And we've got the Tic Toc arguments, which I ain't huge on the Tic Toc arguments. I probably should be. The Sean was awful hysterical. So the latest news I heard on that is the Supremes refused to get involved in that shit. We'll see what he does today. I'm gonna try to keep an eye on that too. So we got oral arguments in the Tic Toc case will start at 10 o'clock, which is when SCOTUS normally starts. And I'm trying to see whether I can find an updated list on the conference today. So we'll see. I ain't really awake yet. Let's put it that way. And it's possible we may not get the results of the conference, I think, until like Monday morning to see where they take up Snope, see whether they take up, oh God, what are the other 2 cases? Me, the work time. Too many choices, my brother. What is up? Miss Gina, what is going on? Good morning. Hopefully you guys brought some coffee. Blue Curtain Burner checking in. What's up, my brother? Good morning. Well, we'll see whether it's going to be a good morning anyway. We shall see. Everybody's surviving the winter apocalypse that's happening right now. Everybody's staying warm and safe. Tactical FUD. What is up, brother man? It's another one of those mornings, man. I wish I could just let music play and we could hang till this shit starts, but YouTube dings me on copyright all the time. Amy and Roberts, that's a bad sign. It ain't the best sign, for sure. So we'll see. I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to keep an eye on it. I got my X open, trying to see whether the Second Amendment Foundation or anybody starts talking about it, because I think the Second Amendment Foundation is involved in a couple of these cases. Hold on. Who was the last person I saw post about it? Was it Napersville? God, I don't know. It could have been Firearms Policy Coalition. I'm not. Hold on. Let's see what Napersville. Let's see. Reminder: Supreme Court distributed several cases for conference. Snope v. Brown. Oh, we'll see. I'll try to keep an eye on that in the background. Tread, what's up, my brother? Winter mix here in Augusta. Shit. It's hell, I just had to run to the store. It's only 39, 36 degrees here, something shit like that. A little bit of freaking drizzle coming down is about it. Little Rock is 10 inches. I wonder how deep it's getting with my aunt. She's over towards Wheatley, Arkansas. I have to talk to Mammy later on today, see how Aunt's doing with this, because I know they were supposed to get slapped pretty hard. Water problem and snow on the way. Good Lord. It never fails to amaze me sometimes how cities cannot be prepared for this shit. It's not like winter doesn't come around every freaking year. And I do understand it's worse some years than others, but not that retarded. But it's seriously like they make it through one winter and then they go, whoo, that's over, and they don't think about the next one coming. It's kind of like California and fire season. The absolute sheer mismanagement of natural resources in a lot of cases, or infrastructure, is just mind-blowing, especially with how much money they thieve from us in taxes. La da da da. Let me see. Yes, I don't see where I could find like an updated, hey, this is happening with SCOTUS right now, kind of. What the hell, stupid ass commercial is this thing stuck on? Let's see. Now that's all the way in damn December. Man, come on, people. Update some shit. Don't matter much. I'm looking. I promise. I don't mean to be this damn boring. Well, it's going to be interesting, one way or the other. Way these jokers going, they're going to make me start day drinking. Be pouring whiskey in my coffee. Hell, we got 3 people checked over in Rumble. What is going on, Perps? Hopefully, this thing doesn't go stupid and just for some reason drop my Rumble stream for no reason, because I do like to keep that going. Morning, Sister Vanessa Kitty. What is up? How are you? Hopefully you're staying good up there. I know you're getting the wintry stuff right now too. I think for the most part, the Alabama cruise, I don't think we're getting too much. At least not that I've seen too far. Or so far. Blue said it's amazing how stupid people can get. Oh, dude, you ain't kidding. You can't. If you put a sprinkler out towards the road around this joint, there's going to be people wrapped around a guardrail somewhere. It ain't even got to be near it. Didn't they already rule no on the stay for Trump? Yeah, they already ruled no on that. They shot that down. So it's going to Mershon. So Mershon, and that's another thing we're going to try to keep an eye on today, is to see what Mershon actually does. Apparently there are a whole lot of leftists out there that think Mershon is going to save them from Trump. And that oh yeah, if you want to completely burn the country down, that'd be a good way to start. And the teens overnight through next week. But just try to stay warm up there, Vanessa. Don't be out there on your trike running around in that shit. Knowing you, you'd probably try it. Yeah, I don't know, Vanessa, whether we'll hear it today or whether they'll go to conference today and then we'll hear about it Monday. That's part of what I was trying to see. Best time to ride a trike. That's what I'm saying. I know it. I don't put it past you. Trent said, wow, you're having a heat wave. Yeah. It's practically balmy. Which I mean, they shut down freaking in-person learning at schools today and all kinds of shit with this freaking weather we were going to have, which I can understand. I can understand them being cautious about it. So, I mean, I can't throw them completely under the bus. But it's a bus full of fat chicks, and we might as well. Goddamn bacon, brother. What is up? Good morning. What are you doing up this early? You already have a fact check label. Yeah, don't surprise me. DJ Play Nice. Good morning, my brother. It has been a minute. Well, speaking of that shit, while I'm sitting here freaking running my smoker, I've been needing to do this. Let me throw that out. We'll open it up, man. Anybody wants to come in and hang while we listen to the tickety talk arguments, and I try to keep an eye on the rest of the horse shit going on this morning. It has the possibility to be a really interesting day legally. Let me see. Let me refresh this because they should be live. Yep. Normally, SCOTUS is pretty good so far about starting on time. I say that now. It's, they'll begin shortly. They'll wait for fucking ever. I'd have to go back and look at the whole Tic Toc ban case. Comes down, I think, on a lot of free speech issues. It's been a while since I've looked at it. I think we streamed the other oral arguments from the old Tickety Talk. Man, I swear there are some people that I still follow. Carmed baller, that whenever I see his freaking thumbnails pop up, I cringe like hell. Let me pin that up there. There, that'll be pinned up. Maybe snowed out. Man, I guess it's a possibility today. You know, DC, I haven't seen what DC's supposed to be doing right now. Hell, let's hit the old weather channel up. Let's see what we're looking at in DC. Here, this might be close enough. 25 1% chances any precipitation. Don't see snow. I don't know. They better scoop their little old black robed asses up there and get to work. We got shit to do. There are gun cases they've been fucking kicking the can down the road for a while on that they need to start ripping to pieces. What you want me? Which, yeah, and that was part of the thing was TikTok having to divest from basically the People's Republic of China.
That doesn't mean you should stand back and not move forward with an agenda.
Activity on that.
You got to be aggressive. You got to be
thoughtful. But from what I understood, they had already moved their servers to like Texas.
You have to be so calculating and so deliberative about what you do and when you do it and how you do it. Because in the end, yes, you will look at yourself and say, wow, we just expended an inordinate amount of resources on a rule that went nowhere.
This would basically be starting a new conference
other components of this too. There's reputational risk.
But they had kind of a weird emergency
about what you do and
kind
how
of
you spend your money.
Running
so it's not just as simple like let's put a bunch of people on a rulemaking team and try to get it done. And you know, if it gets done, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There are unintended consequences that I have to be very mindful of.
So Mr. Chairman, we're at time. You've had a tremendous run in tenure quickly.
Yeah.
One thing that you would tell your successor to do, and one thing you would tell them not to do, because sometimes I think the advice of what not to do in academia, there's a dearth of publication of great hypotheses that fail to prove fruit. And so that's frequently replicated. We don't really know how many people try to replicate the same idea. Yeah. What would you say to your successor very quickly? One thing they should do and one thing they shouldn't do.
One thing you should always do is, you know, be aggressive, do what you feel is right, but make sure you engage the stakeholder community and you don't let the regulator dictate markets, right? In the sense that market regulation will obviously have a direct impact on markets, but as you work through that,
we'll start like throwing links for music out in the chat,
getting people engaged, asking questions.
It's what I'm jamming to. God damn it, while we listen to this,
a huge component of success. Doing it any other way.
It's Lucero morning right now.
Unintended impact on markets that are outside of the domain of sort of supply and demand and market.
I wish X hadn't killed where you had to have a premium.
It's very inappropriate to have the market regulator step in too aggressively. So just be deliberate, patient, cautious, and get people in. What not
contemplating
is not to think you have 4 years. It's less than that.
Getting set up where I can
think about what I said in response to Dave's question. You know, you can almost shave 6 months off the front end and 6 months off the back end, and then you, as we discussed earlier, you're always going to have a crisis or an issue that you can't plan for, which always shakes your agenda and your process. So think about it in a
Yeah, it's
way,
always
put a team together,
especially if you follow Mark
one thing you
Fourbox's
can plan
Niner
for
and a
is the
couple other
second
guys.
Brookings
They
Center
talk
on
about
Regulation of Markets
interlocutory appeals,
event on the future
which is
of
basically it has
financial
it developed
regulation,
fully
which
through the
we will
lower
host
courts.
FDIC Chairman
SCOTUS
Greenberg
won't
here
take a
next week.
case.
But join me
What
in
pisses
thanking
me
Chairman
off with it
Benham for his
sometimes,
thoughts
though,
today and his 10
is they know
term and
these lower
tenure
courts are
at the
playing
CFTC.
games with these cases, and they just refuse to slap these lower courts around. Because they seriously need to slap some of these lower justices around. These are inferior courts. Hey, we're the big dogs here. You guys playing all these games with Second Amendment cases.
And live this morning outside the Supreme Court as they hear a case in which justices will consider the consolidated
you guys
oral
don't get
argument
to,
in Tic Toc versus
get to jam
Garland
people up
and
like that.
Firebaugh versus Garland. It's a case on
Brother
Tic Toc's
Cole,
First
good
Amendment
morning.
challenge to a law that will require the app to divest from the Chinese
If
parent
I say
company
good morning to
ByteDance
someone like 3
or
times, it's
face
because
a
I'm
nationwide ban.
more than
That
mildly
law
retarded.
requiring the sale or ban of Tic Toc was passed by the U.S. Congress in April and signed by
And you guys
President
should know
Biden.
that already.
While we wait for the start of the case, we'll continue to check out the scene outside the Supreme Court.
It'll be interesting if we see, especially a lot of the real leftist Democrats jump on the podium today and start banging the desk and screaming. Yep, they don't look snowed in to me. Get to work, justices. Maybe Justice Thomas has like Ketanji Brown up against the wall choking her out, telling her there's no way that they're not going to accept these gun cases.
And this morning, the Supreme Court set to hear a case on legislation banning the social media app Tic Toc in the United States. That law passed by Congress as part of a foreign aid package back in April last year, set to take effect January 19th. As CBS reports, the legislation passed Congress swiftly with bipartisan support and was signed into law by President Biden. It requires the company that owns Tic Toc to cut ties with its China-based parent company or lose access to app stores in the U.S.
When you think about
that law also gives the president the ability to grant a 90-day delay in implementation if a sale is in progress. The Supreme Court will consider constitutional free speech implications.
While our own government's collecting every bit of our electronic data through third-party servers through the NSA every freaking day. You guys don't get to do that. That's our fucking wheelhouse. Hey, I think we got a newbie in. What's up? America first? Hey, yeah, well, maybe. We'll see. Morning, AE. Watch my can go absolutely stupid in real time again for no reason.
C-SPAN's cameras live outside the Supreme Court for the case dealing with Tic Toc and the potential ban of the app in the United States. Also, let you know, over on C-SPAN today, we could see President-elect Donald Trump scheduled to be sentenced on felony charges 10 days before he's inaugurated for his second term. And
amaze me if they don't?
Those exiting the courthouse today from Juan Merchan's sentencing there. We will take you there live. That'll be over.
Really and truly about the only one that I have a ton of respect for is Thomas. Because reading his dissents and reading his statements on when they haven't taken cases, he's about the only one I got a whole lot of respect for, because he really is solid. And it's going to be a sad day when he gets out of there. Trump is innocent. He definitely wasn't guilty of the shit they fucking charged him with.
Versus Garland and the
Here we go,
consolidated case. Mr. Francisco.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Under the Act,
Let me know if this
one
is
of
5 by
America's
5
most popular
or-
speech platforms will shut down in 9 days. That shouldn't happen for 3
I'm gonna
reasons.
try not to burn up a whole lot
First,
of bandwidth in
TikTok
the
Incorporated
background.
is a
I'm
U.S.
looking at
company
other
speaking in the United States. The Act requires it to go far unless qualified divestiture. Whether you call that a ban or a divestiture, one thing is clear. It's a burden on TikTok speech. So the First Amendment applies. Second, the Act is content-based from beginning to end. It applies only to social media platforms that have user-generated content, except for business, product, and travel reviews. Within that content-based universe, it singles out a single speaker for uniquely harsh treatment. And it does so because the government fears that China could, in the future, indirectly pressure TikTok to disseminate foreign misinformation and propaganda. Finally, the Act can't satisfy any
The only
standard
good
of
thing with
scrutiny.
Thomas,
The government has no
with
valid
Trump
interest
winning,
in
with
preventing
Thomas and
foreign
probably
propaganda,
Alito getting out of there,
and its fallback
is
seeks
Trump
merely to
nominate
prevent
justices.
overtness. Makes no sense,
And then
since that could be addressed with a risk disclosure.
Republicans
The government's real target, rather, is the speech itself.
on the
It's fear
court.
that Americans, even if fully informed, could be persuaded by Chinese misinformation. That, however, is a decision that the First Amendment
And
leaves
then
to the people.
whether or not
Given that the government's data security
justices
rationale
that
cannot
puts
independently
in are
sustain
actually
it,
solid.
it is also grossly under-inclusive and ignores the most obvious, less restrictive alternative, simply banning TikTok Incorporated from sharing any sensitive user data with anyone. In short, this act should not stand. At a minimum, you should preliminarily enjoin it, which will allow you to carefully consider this momentous issue and, for the reasons explained by the president-elect, potentially moot the case. I welcome your questions.
Exactly what is TikTok speech here?
TikTok, Your Honor, uses an algorithm that in its view reflects the best mix of content. What the act does is it says TikTok cannot do that unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. That's a direct burden on TikTok speech, much less of a burden than the one that this court struck down in the Simon & Schuster case, where all the author had to do was take a certain amount of proceeds and put it into an escrow account for a short period of time to satisfy a civil judgment.
So why does a restriction on ByteDance, which is not a citizen, is not located in the U.S., a restriction on TikTok?
Because what the law says to TikTok is that TikTok, you cannot use the algorithm that you prefer to use unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. So the law therefore falls directly on TikTok itself. It imposes a burden on TikTok speech, again, a much more significant burden than the one that was struck down in Simon & Schuster.
So you're converting the restriction on ByteDance's ownership of the algorithm and the company into a restriction on TikTok speech. So why can't we simply look at it as a restriction on ByteDance?
Because I think the burden falls directly on TikTok, and I can use a hypothetical that helps illustrate the point. Suppose that China used its leverage over Jeff Bezos's international empire, including his Chinese businesses, to force the Washington Post to write whatever China wanted on the front page of the Post. Surely the government couldn't come in and say, Jeff Bezos, you need to either sell the Washington Post or shut it down. That wouldn't just violate Mr. Bezos's First Amendment rights. That would also violate the Washington Post's First Amendment rights, because they are ultimately the one that's suffering the burden under that law, because they have to go dark and close up their books.
Counsel, you began by saying this is a U.S. company operating in the United States.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the ultimate company that controls it, ByteDance, was found by Congress, and let's quote this, to be subject to Chinese laws that require it to assist or cooperate with the Chinese government's intelligence work, quotes, and to ensure that the Chinese government has the power to access and control private data that the company holds. So are we supposed to ignore
only the
the
federal
fact that
government
the
gets
ultimate
control
parent
all of
is in fact subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government?
Well, Your Honor, I don't think you are supposed to ignore that, but I also don't think that changes the analysis for a couple of reasons. So Tic Toc.
Well, just to hold a second. Well, as I said, you began by saying this is a U.S. company operating in the United States, and it seems to me that you're ignoring the major concern here of Congress, which
How you
was
doing this morning?
Chinese manipulation
weather
of the
up by you?
content and acquisition and harvesting of the content.
Sure. And I'll start by saying that Tic Toc Incorporated is a United States subsidiary operating in the United States with its own set of free speech rights.
Do you dispute the fact that ByteDance has ultimate control of TikTok and its corporate organization?
Yes, Your Honor, I do dispute that, but I also don't think that it matters, because even if China could exercise overwhelming power against TikTok versus ByteDance, I don't think it would change the analysis. And I can take that Washington Post hypothetical and ratchet it up a little bit to help illustrate the point. Let's suppose that the Chinese government had actually taken the Bezos children hostage, and it was using that leverage in order to force Bezos and the Washington Post to publish whatever they wanted on the front page of the Post. So China effectively has total control. I still don't think that Congress could come in and tell Bezos either sell the Post or shut it down, because that would violate Bezos's rights and the Washington Post rights. Maybe what they could do is come in and say, you need to disclose the fact that you're under this amount of coercion, so that the people who are looking at the paper understand it and can make their own assessment. I think the First Amendment rights of both Bezos and the Post would be directly implicated, notwithstanding that China in that scenario has effectively total control over what gets printed in the Washington Post.
Dude, run down, keep us posted on that, brother, and let's see how it goes.
Down. I understand your argument that there is a First Amendment right that the U.S. company has. I'll go that far with you, okay? Because we're affecting their ability to talk in whatever way they choose. The Washington Post could choose without any influence or threat against the children of Mr. Bezos to promote Chinese policy, and our First Amendment would permit them to do that if they chose it independently, correct?
Yes.
Now the question becomes, so it's not, that's just a given that they have a First Amendment right. The next question is, assuming they do, what's the level of scrutiny we apply? Isn't that what the issue here?
That is certainly one of the issues, Your Honor.
It's a First Amendment.
So if we get to that side of the issue, that TikTok USA has some sort of First Amendment right, taking your example, if the government said no speaker is free to speak under
I don't know whether they had them do it, but they damn sure covered up
because of extortion, because of kidnapping. We are doing this because it is the only way to ensure the safety
he more than likely will,
of
Gina.
people, that they are not going to be kidnapped or threatened, their lives threatened. You don't think that the government has a compelling state interest in saying, if there is a threat, a physical criminal threat against someone to do some activity, that the government couldn't say, I'm not questioning whatever the content is.
It's become kind of a trope, but the ATF
I'm
really
simply
should be a fucking
saying
convenience store.
we, in our
like
governmental powers, have a right to say, you can't do that. You can't speak.
Sure, Your Honor. So to take your question in pieces, I do think that they would have a compelling interest in that scenario to do something. But what I don't think is that they could simply target speakers in speech.
Dang on
Take,
that.
for example, generally applicable laws like
So you think in that situation that the only thing the government could do is tell the Washington Post, disclose to the public that you are saying this because you are being forced to.
So
That's the only remedy the government undertake?
No, Your Honor, but I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical. The compelling interest is in preventing this kind of compulsion, coercion, and ultimately harm to children. And I think that the government has a lot of different ways they can address that through speech neutral laws. And I was going to point to things like the Trading with the Enemy Act or Russia sanctions. You can broadly say and attack problems.
They haven't been very effective.
Well, be that as
we're still having people kidnapped. We're still having coercion.
And be that as it may, you can say to Americans, you cannot collaborate with our enemies at all. And if you do that, you're going to be severely punished for doing
All
that.
right, we can go on to the effectiveness of the remedy. But the point is, I believe that even if your First Amendment rights are impinged and there is some protection, the question is at what level of scrutiny?
Yes, Your Honor.
And whether that the action is content neutral or not.
I agree that that is the way that the analysis proceeds. Here, we believe that the level of scrutiny should be strict scrutiny.
What is the relevance of the history? Chief Judge Srinivasan, in his opinion, in the D.C. Circuit emphasized that there is a long tradition of preventing foreign ownership or control of media in the United States, going back radio, television, and what have you. I would think no matter the level of scrutiny, that history has to be important, and I want to get your response to it.
I don't actually think it's important in this context because that history all arises in the context of bandwidth scarcity. And in that context, you have the government that's in the position of doling out a limited number of licenses. And when you have to dole out a limited number of licenses, you by definition have to pick winners and losers. And when you have to do that, you get a certain amount of discretion. I think that's the whole basis of those cases. You can't really take those cases
keep going.
You can't really take those cases and extend them to an area where there is no scarcity, like the World Wide Web. Because once you do that, there's really no limiting principle. There's no reason why it wouldn't also apply to really popular books or magazines or newspapers or chains of newspapers. The bandwidth scarcity, I think, is really what justifies the greater discretion that the government gets in that area.
Mr. Francisco, suppose that Tic Toc were outright owned by the People's Republic of China, would you make the same argument?
I wouldn't be making the same argument, Your Honor.
Why not?
Because there you would have to confront a very different question, whether a foreign government that was speaking in the United States has First Amendment rights. And I don't know that the court has ever addressed that. But here we've got a U.S.
No, I understand that. I just want to see where you draw the line. So it's true, the court has never held that a foreign government has free speech rights. And if we were to hold that, I would think it would be because speech by a foreign government, particularly one with enormous resources, is not protected. Allowing that
they shut us down for the weather today.
The underlying interests of the First Amendment, which are, among other things, fostering democratic self-government and the search for truth. So let's assume that we that, all right? What if Tic Toc were then not owned by the foreign government, but it was undisputed that Tic Toc was totally controlled by the foreign government, could not do one thing without the approval of the foreign government?
Hey, Run Gun, would you be willing to come on a damn stream?
I do think that it is different, Your Honor. For example, I've given the hypothetical that I've given, but there are a lot of companies in this country that have foreign owners, not just companies like Politico, which is German-owned, or Al Jazeera, which is partly owned by the government.
Well, I understand that, but what would be the reason for drawing that line?
Sure,
because there's a good reason for saying that a foreign government, particularly an adversary, does not have free speech rights in the United States. Why would it all change if it was simply hidden under some kind of contrived corporate structure?
Because it is a U.S. speaker. I'll give you another example. AMC movie theaters used to be owned by a Chinese company. Under this theory, Congress could order AMC movie theaters to censor any movies that Congress doesn't like or promote any movies that Congress wanted. And I think the reason is that here, where it's conceded, you actually have a bona fide U.S. company. It is not simply a Chinese cutout that is the Chinese government speaking itself.
All right, let's say that's not a
United States company.
I think Tic Toc is a Chinese cutout, but to to your First
To
Amendment
Americans, if
argument,
they
but
wanna
would you
use
be
the
willing
app.
to concede that this is a very important factor that should be taken into account in deciding whether there's a First Amendment?
Well, I think that it does help supply a compelling governmental interest. I still think you have to march through the strict scrutiny analysis and analyze their interests. I do not think that they have a compelling governmental interest in the manipulation of content. I think that is in the teeth of the First Amendment. And if you look at the government's brief and the rest of the record in this case, that's really what it's focused on. Their complaint is the fear that the content could be critical of the United States government or could undermine our democracy. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Francisco, I just wanted to follow up on that line of questioning with just some fact questions, because it seems to me there are a couple of things the parties still dispute. The government says Tic Toc has no authority or ability to alter the algorithm or recommendation engine, but must simply follow ByteDance's directives. You disagree with that in your reply brief.
Yes,
somebody has to be right and somebody has to be wrong about that. What's the fact? What does the record show?
Well, Your Honor, we are here on a record, and there is nothing in the record that says that Tic Toc, like any other subsidiary, doesn't have its own independent making authority. If you look at their record sites, what they point to is the ordinary types of control that a parent company has over a subsidiary company, but it doesn't change the fact.
All right, what is the fact? Are you prepared to make a representation?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is that Tic Toc Incorporated as a U.S. company does have a choice over the algorithm. Now, it would be an incredibly bad business decision for them to abandon this algorithm, and they very doubtful would ever do it, but they have that authority. What they clearly have the authority to do is shut down the platform in the face of Chinese pressure. That's actually what they agreed to do in the National Security Agreement. I think that underscores why Tic Toc Incorporated as a U.S. company does have its own set of First Amendment rights.
Okay, and then another fact question. Before the D.C. Circuit, you argued that the Chinese government has made clear in public statements that it would not permit a forced divestment of the recommendation engine. Does that mean that some key component of the recommendation engine is under Chinese control?
No, Your Honor. What it means, and this might warrant a little more explanation, what it means is that there are lots of parts of the source code that are embodied in intellectual property that are owned by the Chinese government, and they would restrict, like the United States restricts the sale of those types of things to foreign governments. It doesn't alter the fact that this is being operated in the United States by Tic Toc Incorporated.
Okay. So I got it.
Okay.
I got it. And then you referenced that the divestiture is not feasible within the Act's time frame. I'm sorry for these fact questions.
Sure.
I just want to understand what's before us. Would it be feasible in any time frame? I take the government doesn't dispute that it's infeasible in the 270 days provided by law. But would it be,
Your Honor, I think at least as we understand how they've interpreted the qualified divestiture provision, it would be exceedingly difficult under any time frame for two principal reasons. The first is that there's a global team of engineers that are some in China, some in Europe, some in the United States that maintain and update the original source code. And as we understand their interpretation, a qualified divestiture would prohibit any kind of coordination with that global team of engineers. The other reason is because, as we understand how they're interpreting it, a qualified divestiture would divorce the U.S. platform from the global content. So, for example, there are videos created in the United States, there are videos created in Ireland. In order to get global content, we need access to the Irish videos. They need access to the U.S. videos. We understand that couldn't happen.
okay, so you think it's probably not feasible in any timeline?
Well, Your Honor, I think it'd be extraordinarily difficult.
Okay, last fact question, then I'll yield the floor here. The government admits that it has no evidence that Tic Toc has engaged in covert content manipulation in this country, but says that ByteDance has responded to PRC demands for content outside of China in other countries. Again, you deny that in your reply brief. Somebody has to be right about that.
Well, Your Honor, the problem there is everything that follows what you just read is redacted, and so I don't know what it says. What the record shows is two things. The record shows first what you just said. They haven't done anything here in the United States with respect to Tic Toc Incorporated. And second, the record also shows through our transparency reports that we haven't removed or restricted content on the Tic Toc platform in other parts of the world. And Tic Toc doesn't operate in China, it operates in other parts of the world. We haven't removed or restricted content at the request of China. That's what we put out in our regular transparency.
Removed or restricted, though, doesn't necessarily cover covert content manipulation, though, right?
Well, Your Honor, I'm limiting my response to what's in the record.
Okay.
It's very difficult for me to respond to things that where I don't know what the accusation is.
I have other questions about the secret evidence in this case, but we'll get to that later.
Yes,
Mr. Francisco, can I ask you a question about the relevant speech here? So it strikes me that this is a little different than your Bezos example, because there it's clearly content discrimination because we're talking about the ability to post particular articles versus other articles. Am I right that the algorithm is the speech here?
Yes, Your Honor. I would say the algorithm is a lot of things. The algorithm has built within it. It's basically how we predict what our customers want to see.
The editorial discretion.
Yeah, the editorial discretion. It also has built within it the moderation elements. All of this kind of comes together when the source code is translated into executable code in the United States. In the United States, that executable code is then subject to vetting, review, moderation through content moderation algorithms, and so it ultimately lands on the Tic Toc platform.
But what we're talking about as a net choice is the editorial discretion that underlies the algorithm. And I just want to be clear, a lot of your examples talk about, including the Bezos one, the right of an American citizen to repeat what a foreign entity says or say, I'm hitching my wagon to China, I want to say everything China does. Here, the concern is about the covert content manipulation piece of the algorithm. That is something that ByteDance wants to speak, right?
Well, Your Honor, I think that ultimately it's Tic Toc's choice whether to put it on the platform.
You don't want that. Is your client disclaiming
we absolutely resist any kind of content manipulation by China at all. But what I do want to focus in on is what their asserted interests here. They do talk about covertness, but it can't possibly be that all they're concerned about is mere covertness. If all you were concerned about was the covertness untethered from the underlying content, that's something that could be easily addressed through a risk disclosure.
That goes to scrutiny, the level of the application. Let's say that I agree with you, trying to figure out what content, if any, discrimination is going on here. There's a disproportionate burden. Let's say that I agree with you about that. No one is preventing you. You're seeking access to a particular source code, engineering, the recommendation feature. It's the technology that you want. You're not trying to repeat, as in the Bezos example, if we take the speech that the government's concerned about to be the covert content manipulation rationale, you're not seeking to utter that speech.
That's correct, Your Honor. What we are seeking to do is use an algorithm that displays the combination of content that we prefer our users to see on the platform.
And the government doesn't care about that. The government is fine with you doing that. You can invent it yourself. It doesn't even care what content that displays, cat videos or whatever.
Yeah, but I think that the way that the analysis has to unfold is first you ask, is this law burdening our speech? I think we agree that the law is burdening our speech. Then you have to look at whether the law itself is somehow content-based, not just what their motivations are, but whether the law is content-based. And here, the trigger for this law, the one thing that gets it going is if you operate a social media platform that has user-generated content, unless that content takes the form of a product, travel, or business review. Then within that universe of content, it says there's one speaker we're particularly concerned about, and we're going to hammer home on that one speaker. And then just to make the rubble bounce, they come in and tell us that one of the reasons they're targeting that speaker is because they're worried about the future content content on that platform, that it could in the future somehow be critical of the United States or undermine democracy, to pull examples from the government's brief. So I think there's no way to get around the fact that this is a content-based speech restriction, and you do have to go directly to what their interests are. Their principal interest.
I think I'm a little bit surprised by one of the answers that you gave to Justice Barrett. I had understood that TikTok's essential complaint here is that they wouldn't be able to use the algorithm that ByteDance has invented, and that they want to use the algorithm that ByteDance has invented.
100%. And if I was unclear on that, Your Honor, I apologize. That
okay, because I think what Justice Barrett was saying to you is like, what's the problem here? Because ByteDance is a foreign company. Or maybe this isn't what Justice Barrett says, it's just what I say. ByteDance is a foreign company. And you started off with Justice Alito saying, you know, well, we would be making a different argument. And of course that's true. I mean, I would think that Alliance for Open Society makes it pretty clear that you have to be making a different argument with respect to a foreign state or a foreign company. So let's say they don't have First Amendment rights. The only First Amendment rights lie in TikTok.
Look at it. Rights. Pretty sure all the
and I guess my question is, how are those First Amendment rights really being implicated here? This statute says the foreign company has to divest.
Where'd you go?
Whether or not that's feasible, however long it takes, TikTok still has the ability to use whatever algorithm it wants, doesn't it?
No, Your Honor. And their rights are implicated at a most basic level. In 10 days, TikTok wants to speak. In 10 days, because this law was passed, TikTok cannot speak unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. That's not just ByteDance's choice. That is a condition
I
that's
realize
imposed
that
by law.
it definitely has effects on TikTok if ByteDance acts in the way that you're assuming it will act. So this is not to say that the First Amendment isn't involved, because TikTok is going to suffer some pretty severe incidental effects. But they are incidental, aren't they? Because the statute only says to this foreign company, divest or else, and leaves TikTok with the ability to do what every other actor in the United States can do, which is go find the best available algorithm.
I very much disagree that the effects are incidental, because the way that this law works is it is only triggered if somebody is engaging in speech based on their content. User-generated content, except for business, product, and travel reviews, it then singles out a single speaker. The session for the government that one of the reasons they've singled out the speaker.
Idea of like, I think what you're basically saying is that all speaker-based restrictions generate strict scrutiny. I'm not sure that we've ever said anything like that. Let's put aside your argument that this is facially content-based. It seems to me that your stronger argument, or at least the one that most interested me, was this argument of, look, if the government is doing something specifically for the purpose of changing the content that people see, that has to be subject to strict scrutiny. But I don't see that as affecting TikTok as opposed to affecting ByteDance.
Well, no, I very much do see it as affecting TikTok, because they choose this algorithm because it reflects the mix of content. The government's fear is that China could come in and pressure TikTok through ByteDance to TikTok to alter that mix of content to make it too pro-Chinese or too anti-American. That is very much directly a content-based charge straight at TikTok. The other point I would like to...
I hear you that it might very well
have
that
just let me know if you can still hear them okay.
Suggesting is that the law is only targeted at this foreign corporation, which doesn't have First Amendment rights. Whatever effect it has, it has. Maybe ByteDance will figure out a way to put this on open source, and then TikTok will be able to use the algorithm.
So, Your Honor, if I could take that on directly, because I think TikTok has First Amendment rights. To the extent ByteDance is speaking in the United States, it, I believe, has First Amendment rights. If you conclude that neither has First Amendment rights, then surely the creators have First Amendment rights. But if you take a step back, what their position is that none of these entities, this is entities affected by this law. None of these entities have the authority to assert First Amendment rights, which means that the government really could come in and say, I'm going to shut down TikTok because it's too pro-Republican or too pro-Democrat or won't disseminate the speech I want. And that would get no First Amendment scrutiny by anybody. That cannot possibly be the case. Yet that is the effect of their position. The last point I'd like to emphasize, though, is this law, like the Playboy case, like the Hobby Lobby case, has built within it a less restrictive alternative, which is the general provision, by definition designed to protect against the very harm the government is identifying. Suppose New York State passes an asbestos abatement law. They say these types of buildings have to abate asbestos. In addition, New York Times, you have to abate asbestos in your building, and they say there are two reasons for this. One, we want to abate asbestos. Two, we hate the New York Times editorial page. Surely, at the very least, what you're going to say is you can't target the New York Times directly. What you can do is throw them into the general process.
Thank you,
we think that's the minimum that should be done here.
Thank you, Counsel. We've been talking about connection between the regulation of TikTok and the burden on expressive conduct. And your basic position is that interfering with the ownership of TikTok constitutes a direct regulation of the expressive conduct of other people. What is your best example in our precedent of a situation where a regulation of corporate structure or something else has been treated as a direct regulation of expressive conduct?
The regulation of a corporate structure as a
Flying Rich is live right now.
I don't have a case at my fingertips. I can
Well, I don't have one at my fingertips or any other
rebuttal, but I think it's quite clear, though, that if you're saying to a company, you have to stop talking unless somebody else does something, and that's imposed by the force of law, it directly affects that company's speech.
Well, it's again, I don't know if it's directly affecting the company's speech or the speech of third parties, and I'm not sure what where your emphasis is. But again, I'm not sure there's another case where we've said that regulating a company others' expression should be treated as direct imposition on their speech in terms of the standard of review, for example, when it's based on derivative regulation of corporate structure of somebody else.
Well, Your Honor, I think that it's, I would concede that this is a pretty unprecedented case. I'm not aware of any time in American history where the Congress has tried to shut down a major speech platform. But I think that if a law imposes a direct regulation on a third party, that in turn results in shutting down somebody else's speech, and they do it for content-based, viewpoint-based reasons, and in particular on this record, because the speaker that is ultimately being shut down, they don't like the speech of that particular platform. That's a real problem.
So it may be a real problem or may not, but I just am wondering if there's any precedent where we have that same connection and that it affects the standard of review, for example. You would treat it as a direct restriction on expression. Even the only thing the law does is somebody other than the Chinese government has to own.
So share them out. Hopefully hang out a little bit.
Direct precedent along the lines that you're saying.
Beam, good morning, my brother.
We have cases like ACARA. And what ACARA says is if the law is totally speech neutral, then that's one thing. We have cases like O'Brien, which say if the law doesn't care about speech, another thing. Is when the law is with the content of the speech, when the justification is based on the content of the speech. That's cases like Reed 2, then you do trigger strict scrutiny.
So then I think your argument comes down to, is this direct concern with speech, or is it concerned with the potential for Chinese interference with the level of interference indirectly? In other words, they're not coming back. The Chinese government, TikTok, doesn't care what the people are saying on TikTok. That's not the concern. The concern is that they are regulating a particular channel of communication. And I just wonder if there's any precedent for that type of thing. They're not saying we're going to restrict this content and that content, but not this. They're just saying we're going to be in a position where we can control what happens, whether it's based on the expression, whether it's based on anything else.
So, Your Honor, I disagree. And I think if you take a step back and look at this record, I think it is quite clear that it is focused on both current and potential future content on TikTok, TikTok Incorporated. Here, you don't have just an act that is based on speakers and speech. It's triggered by speech. It's focused on a single speaker, TikTok Incorporated.
Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
What if Congress, if there were nothing in this act about content moderation or covert manipulation, what if it was just about preventing what Congress viewed as an enormously powerful, popular application from gathering of information about this offender, and we're going to require divestiture by this offender? Would there be a First Amendment problem there? And if you think there would be, what would the level of scrutiny be?
Yes, there would be a First Amendment problem if you had a law like this that was only focused on speakers, those who use user-generated content other than travel and business.
Well, Congress believes that this particular entity is the worst. This is the worst offender, and it happens to be an entity that is involved with speech.
If all you had, so I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical. The only provision you have is one that says this company has to shut down because of data security.
Right.
I would have a different set of arguments. I think it would still implicate the First Amendment, particularly where you have strong evidence that they were being targeted in part, at least because of their speakers and speech. Suppose Congress passed the law that you
posited. You're changing the hypothetical by injecting congressional concern about the
It's clear that where a law disproportionately burdens just a speaker, we have to subject that to scrutiny to suss it out, to suss out whether the asserted interest is the actual interest. There, the asserted interest is in data security. I think I would have a couple of arguments under whatever form of scrutiny you wanted to apply, whether it is strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny in that context. I would say first that that law is dramatically under-inclusive because it categorically exempts e-commerce apps that this record shows have comparable ties to China.
You say I don't want to prolong this too much. You say this is not like Arcara, I think primarily because that the new company to cease using the algorithm, right?
No, I think it's not for a more fundamental sense. ACARA involved a totally speech neutral law. It didn't go after speakers at all. If you had a law in ACARA that said we're going to prohibit prostitution in bookstores only, then I think that ACARA would have come out differently. There would have at least been, some kind of intermediate scrutiny, potentially strict.
All right, well,
that's the law that I think is your hypothetical.
Walk away from the hypothetical that I posed for the purpose of narrowing in on what your argument is. I understood you to say that that would not be a solution to the problem, because one of Congress's motivations was based on the content of TikTok. Am I wrong in that? Did I read your argument incorrectly?
Well, I think that I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. I certainly think that because one of the motivations was content, that is an enormously important fact. I was trying to answer your hypothetical.
How you doing
trying
in the
to take that
apocalypse
out of the mix. And the reason why ACARA is different is because ACARA didn't just simply say no prostitution in bookstores. But your article said no data security problems in speakers or in this particular speaker. And I think that would trigger.
You guys already know, man. As soon as you jump in, throw them channels out there in the chat.
Justice Sotomayor?
That comes to my question, which is Justice, the Chief Justice asked you whether or not we've ever had a case where pure ownership was at issue and not speech. And I don't think we've had one like that. You're right. but I don't think that your the question gets to the essence of your argument, is it? The essence of your argument is you're being asked to divest because of speech, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if I get past that, if I go to Justice Alito's point, which is, I don't think it's just about speech, it's about data control. If it's about data control, the sake of argument, scrutiny applies to the data control provision, then your arguments would be different, wouldn't they? They would be under inclusiveness, they would be other arguments, correct?
Well, I think they'd be very similar because I think the nature of our arguments work just as well under intermediate and strict scrutiny. If I could unpack that.
No, I'm not going to, because we're going to run out of time, because we're going to need to figure out what intermediate scrutiny means. But I'm not sure it means what you do, which is, I don't think any of our cases have ever suggested that we have to use the least restricted means under intermediate scrutiny. In fact, our cases have said we have to use a reasonable means.
And if I could respond to that point specifically, I completely agree it's not a least restrictive means alternative, Your Honor, but you do have to at least consider alternatives. Here, if the concern, let's take the data security concern, which you put.
Well, I know you want to keep on, but I can't let you because I can't monopolize the argument, okay? But let me just get to the bottom of that, all right? You seem to suggest that Congress has to actually look at all of the alternatives and say no. I don't think we have a case that says that.
I am not
from the record, it won't be whatever reasons. Isn't that enough?
If the record were clear on that, that might be enough.
Now I take that. Now let me go to the next question and the last.
If I could, Your Honor, just one sentence. If on the key less restrictive alternatives, they had actually considered them and said what you suggested, this would be a different case. But our point is that on the key, most obvious, less restrictive alternatives, a law, for example, that simply prohibits Tic Toc Incorporated from sharing any sensitive user data with ByteDance or anyone else, there's nothing in the record that suggests they even considered it. And that's why it would fail under.
We have a different problem, which is that the record shows that there is no, because the NSA doesn't.
I'm not talking about the NSA.
Or even anything else. But putting that aside, one last question. Assuming that the covert manipulation issue is one, I think that what remains is, to the Chief's question and Justice Alito's questions, if the covert manipulation is a concern, then the question becomes what kind of burden does it put on Tic Toc USA? And I think your point is that that requires strict scrutiny because it doesn't permit them to speak to the Chinese government through the algorithm and promote whatever speech it wants to promote through the algorithm. Correct?
It doesn't permit them to speak to the American public through the algorithm,
right,
and promote whatever type of speech they want to promote on the algorithm. And I also think that this covert manipulation is a little bit odd. They're not concerned just with covertness. If all you were concerned with, I'm going to ask
she about that. How do you disentangle the two things?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Kate? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just on the data collection interest, I think Congress and the president were concerned that China was accessing information about millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, including teenagers, people in their 20s, that they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI
only the
or
federal
the CIA
government gets to do that shit.
Or in the State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the president of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I'm disputing the means that they've chosen. One way, the most direct way to address that, all of this user data sits on data servers in Virginia controlled by Oracle. I'm not talking about the National Security Agreement. What I'm talking about is a law that simply says to Tic Toc Incorporated and its U.S. employees, you cannot share that user data with anybody. You can't give it to ByteDance. You can't give it to China. You can't give it to Google. You can't give it to Amazon. You cannot give it to anybody under threat of massive penalties. They never even considered that most obvious alternative. And so whether you apply intermediate scrutiny or strict scrutiny, it's not a least restrictive means test, but you got to at least consider the most obvious alternative.
So
Trying to balance out the audio a little better, guys.
That Congress and the president were concerned about. You're just saying the means they chose to address that risk were incorrect.
So I have it's not just the one to say, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law. When it sits alongside of the impermissible covert manipulation risk, I think it falls under Mount Healthy. It's no different if they came in and said, we passed this law, one for data security.
Brother Warsaw, good morning, man. How you doing?
Collection, that seems like a huge concern for the future of the country.
And Your Honor, again, it is a concern, two responses. First, it is a concern that can be addressed
All right,
directly.
Jed, we good.
The reason why there's no evidence in this record about whether that kind of direct prohibition on Tic Toc Incorporated from sharing sensitive user data with anybody, including ByteDance, the reason why the
trying
record
not
is
to burn up
devoid
a
of
whole
any
lot of
evidence
bandwidth in the
that
background.
because Congress never considered the other side of the balance. And that's the minimum that Congress has to do under the First Amendment. It's got to at least consider the consequences of shutting down a speech platform used by 170 million Americans against the benefits of an alternative, like simply saying to Tic Toc's employees, you're essentially going to get magnified. You share any of this data with anybody, not Tic Toc, not ByteDance, not China, not anybody else in the world. Yet there's nothing in this record that suggests they even considered that alternative.
What happens after January 19th if you lose this case? Can you just spell that out?
At least as I understand it, we go dark. Essentially, the platform shuts down.
Unless there's a divestiture.
Unless there's a divestiture, unless President Trump exercises his authority to extend it by night, but he can't do that on January 19th. On January 19th, we still have President Biden. And on January 19th, as I understand it, we shut down. It is possible that come January 20th, 21st, 22nd, we might be in a different world. Again, that's one of the reasons why I think it makes perfect sense to issue a preliminary injunction here and simply buy everybody a little breathing space. This is an enormously—
What do you mean by shut down too? Can you just spell that out?
So
if you
that's at a minimum. But in addition, what the act says is that all of the other types of service providers can't provide service either. Now, there's enormous consequences for violating that for the service providers. So essentially, what they're going to say is that, I think we're not going to be providing the services necessary to have you see it. So it's essentially going to stop operating. I think that's the consequence of the law, which again is why a short reprieve here would make all the sense in the world. It's an enormously consequential decision, and I think all would benefit if it weren't necessary.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett.
So I just want to, it's kind of following up on Justice Kavanaugh's questions. Let's say I agree with you that some level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out which level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out if there's content discrimination. And let me ask you a different question than I did before about the algorithm. I mean, you keep saying shut down. The law doesn't say TikTok has to shut down. It says ByteDance has to divest. If ByteDance divested TikTok, we wouldn't be here, right? If ByteDance was willing to let you go and willing to let you take the source code with you, that would be fine, right? We would not be here.
Well, Your Honor, if ByteDance divested, then the law wouldn't fall on TikTok. But the law will, not ByteDance.
But that's because of ByteDance's choice, right? I mean, this is like Justice Kagan's point. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how we account for the reality of third-party choices and the choices of third parties that the whole reason for the law being passed in the first place.
Yeah, Your Honor, I still don't, I think that the way the analysis works is step one, is there a First Amendment violation?
Right.
Step two, you get to the question that we're grappling with. What standard of scrutiny do you apply? Typically, what you do is you ask, is this law content-based? Is it content-based based on its face? Is it content-based in its decision? Here, we know it's content-based on its face because it says what it says. We know it's content-based in its motivation because the government concedes it's content-based in its motivation.
Well, that's not quite what I'm asking. I mean, let's see, that's the dispute between you and the government is it content-based if it's about divestiture and not about the content it can display on the platform?
And I think it has to be because I think that really goes to the first question. Does the burden fall on the speaker? If the burden falls on that triggers the speaker's First Amendment rights. But the law is in fact content-based, whether it comes in the form of a divestiture or something else. When the law specifically says it's content-based, we're worried about the content on the platform. And when the government tells you that
you guys should be used to some
one
snow
of the things that we're worried about is TikTok, not ByteDance, but TikTok Incorporated and TikTok in the United States will, absent the divestiture, have a mix of content that we find objectionable. They will mix around their videos in a way that is too pro-Chinese or too anti-American.
Okay,
and that is TikTok, the platform.
Let me just ask you one last question. Why is it impossible to divest in the 270 days, even assuming that the Chinese government hadn't said you couldn't?
Sure, and this is the exchange I was having with Justice Gorsuch. There are two basic reasons. The first is that the underlying source code, that's the source code that comes in here and then has to be converted.
But that's what Justice Gorsuch said, just not ever. So it's not really that you can't do it within the time frame. It's that you really couldn't ever divest because you never are going to get the source code.
So, well, let me unpack that a little bit. No, it's that with the underlying source code, it takes a team of engineers to construct a brand new team of engineers to do that with respect to the source code. With respect to the sharing of content, that was the different reason. In theory, we could kind of send our salesmen around the world, go to Ireland, go to Finland, go to every country and say, look, you used to automatically get our content, but now you got to separately sign up for our platform.
Last point, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. It's not that you couldn't execute the disentanglement. You could say we're independent. You just can't recreate
what are they saying right now, Colt?
TikTok in any kind of way.
Well, I think that any new TikTok would be a fundamentally different platform with different content, which is yet another reason why I think this is a content-based restriction that falls directly on TikTok Incorporated itself in our platform.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm back to some of the questions that Justice Barrett and Justice Kagan asked about the sort of threshold issue that you point out, which is there a burden on the speaker? I'm trying to understand what the burden is that you are articulating, and whether it really isn't about association. And you say you have in your brief some cases that talk about American speakers being free to choose whether to affiliate with foreign organizations. And the colloquy you had with Justice Kagan made me think that what you're really complaining about is the inability to associate with ByteDance and its algorithm. That it's not really about, if TikTok came up with its own algorithm or bought an algorithm from some other company or devised it or whatever, this law would have nothing to do with them from your perspective. But the problem I think you're articulating, and this is, I'm seeking your clarification.
Sure.
The problem I think you're articulating is that you want to use ByteDance's algorithm and therefore associate with ByteDance, and Congress has forbidden it. This really a association.
I think it's both, Your Honor. I do think that is a component of it. We want to use the algorithm that we think reflects the best mix of content. That's the algorithm that reflects the best mix of content.
Well, there's no doubt Ketanji Brown is an absolute leftist, and we're going to be dealing with her on the bench.
But I also think more directly what this law does is it says to TikTok Incorporated, if ByteDance doesn't exercise a qualified divestiture, you have to go mute. you cannot speak at all.
No, I don't think it says that, though. I mean, if TikTok were to post divestiture or whatever, pre-divestiture, come up with its own algorithm, right? Then when the divestiture happened, it could still operate. It doesn't say TikTok, you
I
can't
think that's
speak.
theoretically correct, Your Honor, but I think that also underscores the content-based nature of the restriction.
No, but the fact that that's true suggests that you're wrong about the statute being read as saying TikTok, you have to go mute. Because TikTok can continue to operate on its own algorithm, on its own terms, as long as it's not associated with ByteDance. So isn't it really just all about association?
Your Honor, I think it is partly about association, but I'm going to take another shot at explaining why it's not just about association.
Okay, well, let me just take you down the association path for a second, because if it is about the association of TikTok with ByteDance, then don't we have cases that seem to undermine your view that Congress can't do this? I mean, I thought we had cases about Congress prohibiting association with terrorist organizations, prohibiting association with foreign adversaries. And what does this fall into that kind of group of
at least as I understand all of those cases, they apply strict scrutiny. The material was definitely applied
and ultimately upheld the law. So fine.
But sure, and I think if we go down the strict scrutiny road here, I don't see that this law can possibly be satisfied under the interests that they assert here. But I do want to emphasize why, even under your hypothetical, where theoretically they can say something differently than they are saying today. That in and of itself is a direct restriction on TikTok speech. They can't engage in the speech they want to engage in. They have to engage in a different kind of speech, the speech they don't want to engage in. That is a direct burden on TikTok incorporated speech.
All right, I think I understand that argument. Let me ask you a question about your colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh. Did I understand you to concede that there is a compelling interest and that the problem is really tailoring? I mean, you said, I understand the risks. I don't hear you suggesting that the risks don't exist. So it sounds like we've gotten past, even if we're in strict scrutiny world, we've gotten past the compelling interest part of this.
No, Your Honor. What I was saying is that all you had standing alone were the data security. That would be a different case.
And it was all conducted pursuant.
We're going to kind of pause for a second.
And guided by the law. Of course, part of what made it feel somewhat ordinary was the outstanding work, preparation, and professionalism of the clerks, court officers, court reporters, security personnel, and the entire staff of this building who did their jobs as they would with any other criminal trial. So while one can argue that the trial itself was in many respects somewhat ordinary, the same cannot be said about the circumstances surrounding this sentencing. And that is because of the office you once occupied and which you will soon occupy again. To be sure, it is the legal protections afforded to the office of the President of the United States that are extraordinary, not the occupant of the office. The legal protections, especially within the context of a criminal prosecution, afforded to the office of the President have been laid out by the founders, Constitution, and most recently interpreted by the United States Supreme Court in the matter of Trump versus
Warsaw. I saw that. I saw you
which was decided on July 1st, 2024. As with every other defendant in your position, it is my obligation to consider any and all aggravating and mitigating factors to inform my decision. Some of those aggravating factors I've already articulated in my standalone ruling.
Okay, so this is Rashawn talking
by my recent decisions on December 16th and January 3rd. Thus, they need not be repeated at this time. However, the considerable, indeed, extraordinary legal protections.
What's up, my brother Chris? How you doing this morning?
chief executive.
You staying safe up there
is a
with all
factor that overrides
the cold weather?
To be clear, the protections afforded the office of the president are not a mitigating factor. They do not reduce the seriousness of crime or justify its commission in any way. The protections are, however, a legal mandate, which pursuant to the rule of law, this court must.
Hey, Chris, go ahead and throw your channel out in the chat, brother. I'm sure everybody knows you already.
Those protections. One power do not provide the power to erase a jury verdict. It is clear from legal precedent, which until July 1st was
this connection's
that
killing
Donald
me.
Trump, the ordinary citizen, Donald Trump, the criminal defendant, would not be entitled to such considerable protections. I'm referring to protections that extend well beyond those afforded the average defendant who winds their way through the criminal justice system each day. No, ordinary citizens do not receive those legal protections. It is the office of the president that bestows those far-reaching protections to the office holder. And it was the citizenry of this nation that recently decided to again receive the benefits of those protections, which include, among other things, the Supremacy Clause and presidential immunity. It is through that lens and that reality that this court must determine a lawful sentence. After careful analysis, in obedience to governing mandates, pursuant to the rule of law, this court has determined that the only lawful sentence that permits
Fluffy. Yep, stuck in the middle with Coop.
without encroaching upon the highest office in the land is an unconditional discharge, which the New York State Legislature has determined.
There you go. Thank you, Chris.
Is a lawful and permissible sentence for the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree. Therefore, at this time, I impose that sentence to cover all 34 counts. Sir, I wish you Godspeed as you assume your second term in office. Thank you.
Oh man, I so want to see what the View is saying this morning. When they hear that, I so want to hear it. All right, let's get back to Tickety Toc.
The data security, that taints the data security rationale. If Congress came in and said, we're passing this law for two reasons. One, we really care about data security. And two, we hate the speech on TikTok. The data security wouldn't alone sustain that law under cases like Mount Pleasant.
I understand, but why you're equating?
Dude, live life, man. We haven't got anything down here.
To be able to manipulate on the platform, you're equating that with we hate the content, and I'm just trying to understand why.
Because content manipulation is by definition a content-based distinction. Look, everybody manipulates content. There are lots of people who think CNN, Fox News, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times are manipulating their content. That is core protected speech. That's why they put so much weight on this.
That's funny as shit, Warsaw.
Right, but that analysis is just about content based versus content neutral, and therefore whether you apply strict scrutiny. I'm in the strict scrutiny world, okay?
You got about 4 inches, man. I wish we would have got
scrutiny applies, and now prong number one in that world is does the government have a compelling interest? And so I'm trying to understand why the government's argument that we have data manipulation concerns, which I understood you in colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh to say is a risk, and we are concerned based on what Justice Gorsuch says when he's looking at the facts, that the government contends that there's this real problem with this foreign adversary doing manipulation in other places. Are you saying those are not compelling government interests?
I am 100% saying that content manipulation is not just not a compelling governmental interest, it is an impermissible governmental interest. You could not go to CNN or Fox News and say, we're going to regulate you because you're manipulating the content in the way that we don't like. That is per se impermissible.
Okay, can I just ask you one last thing? You say with respect to the tailoring issue that disclosure you think is a possible
well, this California mismanages all their natural resources.
Way of handling some of this. And I guess I'm just wondering whether disclosure under this court's case law and the law of other lower courts doesn't carry its own First Amendment complications. That wouldn't we have compelled speech?
So because I think that the factual predicate is wrong, but they think the factual predicate is right. And if the factual predicate is right, then there are no First Amendment problems at all under Zauder and the cases that you're suggesting. And that underscores the larger problem here. Not all disclosures are perfect. I'm not here to argue that they are. But you've always got to consider what the alternative is. And here the alternative is shutting down one of the largest speech platforms in America. The reason there's no evidence in this record as to disclosures is because Congress never even undertook that balancing in the first place.
Thank you.
The bare minimum that has to be done before we take an unprecedented step of shutting down the voices of 170 million Americans.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
All right, so now we get to the government's lawyer here.
Mr. Fisher?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, wholly apart from the company's legal interests here, the act directly restricts the rights, the First Amendment rights of American creators to participate and speak in what the court a little less than a decade ago called the modern public square. And what you might say today is the most vibrant speech forum in the United States of America. And the act therefore is inescapably subject to strict scrutiny because of the First Amendment implications. And the act fails that test, and indeed any level of scrutiny under this court's case law, because the act and the reasons behind it defy our history and tradition, as well as precedent. American creators have long and always enjoyed the right to speak in conjunction with foreign speakers or work with foreign publishers. Americans even have the right under the Lamont case to receive information from foreign speakers, indeed foreign governments. So that leaves the government with this implication and its use of the phrase national security in this context. But that just simply doesn't change the calculus. For our history, ideological campaigns for adversaries. Under the First Amendment, mere ideas do not constitute a national security threat. Restricting speech because it might sow doubt about our leaders or undermine democracy are kind of things our enemies do. It is not what we do in this country. And so we think the court should reverse, and I would welcome the court's questions.
Be safe on them roads, Chris.
Are the creators' speech being impeded?
So two ways, Justice Thomas.
Live life, man. That makes me sad. I was so hoping we'd get snow down here.
Text, images, communicate, real-time communications, videos. My clients, the creators, are the ones creating that speech and posting it to speak to other Americans.
It doesn't say anything about creators or people who use the site. It's only concerned about the ownership and the concerns.
Let me see, my daughter's 8 now. I think the last time we had any snow that stuck around for even a few hours,
national security problems with someone who's not a citizen of this country.
I don't even think she was 3.
Not here.
So there's two ways, and I think the Sorrell case is where you look for the analysis of the First Amendment burden here. As I said, the text of the statute regulates our speech, and then you point out ownership, and this was talked about a lot in the first part of the argument here, so let me be very clear. The American creators have a right to work with the publisher of their choice. So imagine somebody wanted to work on posts.
Yeah, it had to have been probably around at the same time.
And Congress passed a law saying, we don't like the current owner of X. The current owner of X has to sell that platform or else it has to shut down. People who post on that platform and who indeed some of them make a living commentating, engaging on current events, news, politics, would have a First Amendment claim.
That's one of my points with it, man. I think people
said that about the breakup
Tic Toc,
of AT&T.
being owned by the
You could say that about the
CCP,
foreign-
okay, hey,
foreign
whatever.
limitations
If
on
people want to
foreign
use the
ownership of
app, it's up to
broadcast
them.
companies.
Well, no, look, I think that you have to dig a little deeper than that, Justice Thomas. It's not mere foreign ownership. And certainly the broadcast cases I'll get to in a moment, but it's foreign ownership because of a particular perspective. If you boil it down to an essence, the owner of a print media or online media publication is
got about 3
is
inches
the
and
essence
got
of the
more coming
viewpoint
tonight.
of that publication. The
Well,
current
you got
owner
the
of
right
X
plan,
or the
brother.
current owner
You
of
already
Fox
ready
News
to
or the
damn
current owner of MSNBC has a
plow some
particular
snow.
perspective. And working with that particular platform is shot through with the ownership from top to bottom.
But why? That are hostile to the United States. I mean, I thought that's what Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project allowed. So I don't really understand what you mean.
Right. So I'm
Come
glad
on,
you're bringing
Connection,
that
for
up.
the love of
So
God.
when it comes to this national security, you are right that Congress can prohibit Americans, to use that case as an example, from associating with terrorist organizations or other organizations that pose a clear and present danger to this country. This case, Justice Jackson, is fundamentally different. What the government tells you in its own brief that it is worried about here are the ideas that might be expressed on TikTok. We might undermine U.S. leadership. We might sow doubts about democracy. We might have
And there's a
pro-China
bolt
views.
action
And so
cricket
if you look to
22
whether
I want to
that
get
is
for my
legitimate
daughter.
interest,
It looks like
my
a
fundamental
freaking
submission,
tacked
this
out
goes to the last
sniper
colloquy
rifle.
you were having with Mr. Francisco, is that is an impermissible government interest. And you look throughout our history and tradition, and I think the place I would point you most directly would be the opinions of Justice Brandeis and Whitney and position is the government just doesn't get to come in and say national security in the case is over, or you don't get to associate. You have to dig underneath what is the national security claim. And what
Brother
Justice Holmes said
Jason,
in
what is
Abrams'
up?
dissent, and I know that was
Much
a dissent.
love.
These are hard issues, but that has been vindicated over time, is that it's not enough to say national security. You have to say, what is the real harm? Is it, is it terrorism? Is it where our battleships are located?
Justice Kavanaugh presented a number of potential risks, right? With
Good
foreign
freaking deal,
adversaries
Jason.
using covert manipulation of the data platforms that are being used by youths today that would then make it more likely that people would turn into spies and do terror. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
You and this getting all settled in,
She was
okay?
talking about the data security argument. So let me just pull these apart. You first have an argument, and the government itself separates these two arguments in its brief. The first argument, the one I'm focusing on initially, is the content manipulation argument. And that argument is that our national security is implicated if the content on TikTok is anti-democracy, undermines trust in our leaders. They use various phrases like that in their brief. So my primary submission is that is an impermissible government interest that taints the entire act. Now there's a secondary argument the government makes, and we say you don't even get to that because once you have an impermissible motive like that, the law is unconstitutional. But even if you could get to that, Justice Jackson, I do grant that data security and the way Justice Kavanaugh spelled it out is compelling. That is compelling, but that's not the question. You just don't ask in the air, was Congress worried about data security or could it reasonably be worried about data security? You say, can this act, the act before you, be sustained on data security grounds? And our answer to that has to be no. You don't have to look any further than the divestiture provision itself, which says that the content recommendation algorithm cannot be used in the future. That has nothing to do with data security. So the core feature of the divestiture provision is going at content manipulation, which I said is impermissible. You can't uphold that under data security grounds. And the rest of the act, when you look at the covered companies provision, Justice Jackson, if this were primarily a data security law, what you think you'd find is what kind of data is procured? How is it stored? Is it shared? Those are the things you think you'd find under covered companies, but you don't find that. What you find is are text images shared?
Oh, I gotta share.
Is
Mike
content being
McClendon
shared
sent me something on
between
Instagram.
users? Is it
It's
being
funny as
created and
hell. I gotta
posted in a
share that
social
later.
media platform? So I don't dispute for 1 second that data security is a very important thing. And the question today was narrower. The question is this law before you sustainable on data security grounds? And that answer has to be no.
Because Congress doesn't care about what's on TikTok. They don't care about the expression. That's shown by the remedy. They're not saying TikTok has to stop. They're saying the Chinese have to stop controlling TikTok. So it's not a direct burden on the expression at all. Congress is fine with the expression. They're not fine with a foreign adversary, as they've determined it is, gathering all this information about the 170 million people who use TikTok.
Well, again, Mr. Chief Justice, if I may, let me separate the where you started, which was the content manipulation, and then go to the data security part of it. So,
well, the first part was not. I'm not talking about the content manipulation. I'm talking about the content harvesting.
When you say content harvesting, do you mean people's data?
They've got all the information, whatever algorithms they want, that has access to the personal information, or at least information that is not readily available about 170 million Americans. And whether they're going to use it in 10 or 15 years, when those people grow up and have different jobs in different places, or whether they're going to use it now. That, at least as I look at the congressional record, is what Congress was concerned about.
Well, I think
and they're not concerned about the fact that it is available. As I said, the remedy is just somebody else has to run TikTok. So they're not concerned about the content. They're concerned about what the foreign adversary is doing.
So if I may, I think to answer your question properly, you have to separate two things. One is the content recommendation algorithm. And that's what I was speaking about a moment ago. That has nothing to do with data security. That doesn't itself procure data. That just determines what videos people see on their feed on TikTok. As to that, I think the answer is inescapably that the government and Congress itself is worried about content. The government itself is here saying national security. So like a mix of cat videos or dance videos doesn't affect national security. No matter what happens, the only thing that can affect data security, national security, are the substance of those videos. And
hell yeah, Jason.
In its briefing, it outright tells you that. It says what we're really worried about is sowing doubts about U.S. leaders, et cetera. So let me turn then to data security.
Hey, Warsaw, there's no doubt that
there
the
were various
CCP is doing that
congresspersons,
through
and in the
TikTok
record
and
that
a
we
bunch
have in
of
the
other
DC circuit, there were conversation about
things
the
on
problem of
social
data
media.
security
Hell, our
here.
government does that.
As I said, I don't dispute that that
I
is
mean,
a valid.
It's practically like the
governmental
federal
interest.
government's
So I
pissed
think
off
you
that the
address
CCP
whether
is
that alone could
encroaching
stay
on
in the
their
act,
territory.
have an impermissible act based on the impermissible, based simply on the permissible motive. And I think for the reasons Mr. Francisco said, and we lay out in our brief, that alone no hundreds in other cases. Even if you could get just to the data security question, you have to ask the question, would this law have been passed by Congress for data security reasons? Because you're being asked to uphold a law based on that single governmental interest. And when you look through the provisions, like the content recommendation algorithm provision, like the provisions, there's no inclusiveness problem. But I'm really worried about these very dramatic risks. Leave out an e-commerce site like Temu that has 70 million Americans using it, and every connection.
Does Congress have to go all or nothing on that? I mean,
it doesn't have to go all or nothing.
They isolate a particular problem, and they might be getting to what you're talking about next. Who knows? But you're really sitting up there and saying Congress would not pass the divestiture law if data security were the only
Warsaw, I don't know about that, brother.
So
YouTube censors my chat.
Divestiture law
And
if
I'm the
data security
fucking owner of the
interest. It's
channel.
very curious why you just single out TikTok alone and not other companies with tens of millions of people having their own data taken, in the process of engaging with those websites, and equally, if not more, available to Chinese control. So I'm not trying to say that Congress has to do everything at once. I'm trying to say that once you've concluded that content manipulation, for the reasons I've said, as a matter of our history and tradition, has
there was a stream we did one night.
Site like this one
a
that
few
covers
months ago.
half the American population.
I think I counted like
I don't think just by way
12
of sheer
different
numbers,
times
Justice
where
Sotomayor,
YouTube would not let, or
the answer
YouTube
has
or
to be no, but
StreamYard
70
would not let a
million
chat
seems like
go
a lot.
160 million is a lot, but put that aside and then go to the next question, which is how many sites have all of the data collection in it? From what I understand from the briefs, not only is it getting your information, it's asking, and most people give it permission to access your contact list, whether that contact list has permitted them to or not. so they can now have data about all of your contacts and anything you say about them. How many other sites gather information by keystrokes to be able to do voice and finger ID information if they choose? And there's a whole lot of data stuff that was discussed in the brief that I don't think any other website gathers. So wouldn't this be a unique site? If I viewed the evidence that way, how would this be under-inclusive?
Justice Sotomayor, I don't think a lot of the suppositions you're making actually bear out. And as Justice Gorsuch was pointing out, one of the, obviously the real challenge in this case is it comes to you without an ordinary trial record compiled and all the rest. So we have only limited amounts of information, but absolutely these other websites are taking much the same kind of information, if not more. And as to the contact list thing, I think you also, that points out one other aspect of this. That is voluntary decision by an American user to share that information. You know, in the Riley
But
case,
not informed. And
well,
even if
that could be
informed,
solved. If you don't think it's informed, that could be solved
well,
by
no,
a
they
warrant
can't
or
be,
disclosure.
because for the United States, the threat of using that information is what is at issue. It's not whether the user thinks it's okay. It's whether the U.S. believes that it could put sites at issue. But let me ask you one last question and fundamental question. Assuming that content neutral data collection concerns were is one of Congress's provisions, divest because of this. Why can't we separate that out from how we analyze the algorithm question? And could we sever the two provisions to say divestiture is right, but you can't force them not to discuss algorithm?
Well, I think the reason why you can't do that was Mr. Francisco explained. I thought I'd direct you to a case like Hunter against Underwood and just analogize it to this situation. If what you had is the government saying, we are shutting down Tic Toc or requiring divestiture for two reasons. One, because we think it helps the Democratic Party too much. And number two, because we're concerned about data. I think that first interest would be a poison pill. That would be an impermissible, or because we think there's too much pro-Catholic content on TikTok. I think there are some interests that are just so constitutionally verboten that I think that just makes it unconstitutional, and you can't go looking for other interests. You send it back to Congress. Look, if you want to pass a data security law free and clear of this impermissible interest, you go ahead and do it. So, can I say one other thing, Justice Sotomayor, just because I think it is also telling here that even if you didn't buy that poison pill argument and you just asked whether Congress would have passed this law, something else that I think you might notice is even if all this act goes into effect and the law goes through, TikTok gets to keep all the data. So wouldn't a data security law require them to expunge that data or get rid of it or something? I mean, it's a very weird law if you're just looking at it through a data security lens, and maybe Congress could do better.
Mr. Fisher, often we require divestiture for antitrust reasons, for example. And as I take it, your argument here, and we don't think of those as normally implicating the First Amendment interests of users or people who might speak or associate with editors. And the difference here is, as I understand it, in your mind, that this law is motivated by a content-based interest. Is that a fair summary?
I think that
Abby, what's up, my sister? Good morning. And yeah, that's pretty much what I've said a couple times already.
Yeah, and we don't do that in the antitrust area.
Seems like the federal government's just pissed that the CCP is encroaching on their territory.
Covert content manipulation side. Do you think that's a compelling interest or not? Forget about the tailoring for a moment.
No, my point is that preventing content manipulation, whether it's covert or not,
is simply not
impermissible if what you mean by content manipulation are the kinds of interests the government is saying, like undermining trust in our leaders, undermining trust in democracy. That's Whitney and Abrams, and like those cases.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
So,
just a couple more. I'm sorry. I'll finish up real quick. And so that would take us to the tailoring question, and there you say
probably most of them, Abby,
and alerting Americans that there is covert content manipulation possibility, putting aside the data collection part of it.
Yeah.
telling Americans that there is content manipulation going on in TikTok, or at least possible. And the government says that's simply not enough. And I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
Right. So I think that's the only aspect of the governmental interest that could be permissible, the covert part.
No doubt.
Just says, and
who screw more
long-standing
and the most
today that gives
are our
you
own
that
government.
example. Again, under a history and tradition test, you look at not just precedent, but laws and traditions of our country. Look at the Foreign Agent Registration Act, passed in the run-up to World War II. Americans would be controlled by foreign agents to speak and advocate for causes. All you did is require, Congress, all Congress did is require a disclosure.
Certainly wasn't.
Mr. Shanley, good morning.
On the secret evidence point, I'm concerned about the government's attempt to lodge secret evidence in this case without providing any mechanism for opposing counsel to review it. And I expressed that concern in Zebeda. And
I feel that
there are mechanisms to read in counsel, and that other countries, including our allies, often do that. I just wanted to give you a chance to give me your thoughts on that.
Yes, Justice Gorsuch, we made all those arguments in the DC Circuit, so there was a flurry of motion practice about whether or not the government could rely on classified evidence. Those motions were never resolved. What the DC Circuit did, I think you probably noticed from the decision, is say we're going to decide this case solely based on the public record. And my understanding is that's how it comes to this court. But if the court were ever
interesting that Congress hasn't acted in this field. I mean, we have in the FISA area, lots of opportunity. They have regulated this area. And
hey, Shane and Jason, you guys push your hand on the chat.
Pay attention to, given the increased
that's why you got
appeals to secret evidence that the government has made in recent years. Last question for you. Could the new administration after January 20th, Mr. Francisco suggested that it might be able to extend the
AR, you do this, post your channel out in the chat.
If you were to lose here by January 19th.
If not, if one of the other guys would do it.
I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a question for the Solicitor General. But
it certainly is. I thought maybe I'd give you a chance too.
So, as I understand the law, it's 270 days unless extended. And once that time runs, I'm not sure you're talking about extension
pull it up
anymore.
without my connection dropping off too hard.
Kind of does this stuff.
Thank you.
Can I take you back, Mr. Fisher? Let's say I agree with you that if you're talking about content manipulation, that's an inherently content-based rationale for acting. So if Congress had passed a law that says we hate the content manipulation that TikTok is doing, that's strict scrutiny land, and I don't know that the government can do that, however important and the interest. But that's not what Congress is doing here, and this is the same kinds of questions that I asked Mr. Francisco. Because if
I got you, brother.
Let's take it as a given that Congress actually can do whatever it wants with respect to a wholly foreign corporation or a foreign government, and so Congress could act with the intent to interfere with the content manipulation that a
thank you, brother DJ. Hey, DJ, throw your stuff out in the chat too, man.
In this world where we're saying they can't act with respect to TikTok, they could act with respect to ByteDance. Why isn't this Congress acting with respect to ByteDance?
Any of you guys know, man. You guys got glitches for a reason. Throw all your channels, all your social media out in the chat.
Then TikTok can go about its business, use whatever algorithm it wants, use whatever content moderation policies it wants, just like everybody else does.
Ron Wayne, my brother, good morning.
Everything that's available on the open market.
So let me answer that question in two parts from the perspective of the creator Americans who want to use this platform to speak to other Americans. So the first thing is what the act does, as you said, Justice Kagan, is prevent us from working with a application that is owned by ByteDance that uses this algorithm. Well, that's exactly what we want to do. That's our editor and publisher of choice that we think best disseminates our speech.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is if you just assume a world without TikTok, that where it's only ByteDance, and you were trying to say, well, we really want to work with ByteDance, and Congress was saying, we think ByteDance presents national security interests, and they don't have First Amendment rights. They're just a foreign corporation. I think that in that case, the government, I mean, tell me if you think this is wrong. It just doesn't matter that you have creators who want to work with ByteDance, because ByteDance is a foreign corporation with no First Amendment rights. Is that what you're contesting?
So that is what I'm contesting. So you said two things, though, so I could be clear. there's two aspects. Do we have a First Amendment right to work with a foreign company or even a foreign country to publish our speech? And then there's a national security part that you put into that, which goes to the justification.
Forget that.
But forget that. Yes, let's do that. So if that is right, Justice Kagan, then American creators have no right to make documentaries with the BBC. They can't work with Al Jazeera if Congress wants to prevent that. Any number of other publications
Thank you,
that are
Shane. I didn't see you
state-owned wholly
posted.
or partially. And even under Lamont, remember, where you're not even creating speech, you're just listening. You know, that was speech from China that the court said you have a First Amendment right to receive.
Would I be right to say that your position is that because of the users who want to associate and want to
Shane is another one of the hardest working
the foreign
mods out
corporation
there.
ends up having, in your view, the exact same First Amendment rights as your users do? In other words, it's irrelevant that the foreign corporation doesn't have First Amendment rights.
I don't think it's irrelevant, because you could imagine a situation where no American distributor or speaker wants to work with that. But let me put it to you this way. The Communist Manifesto, written by Karl Marx, has no First Amendment standing on its own in America. But if a bookstore wants to sell that publication, I don't think
As
Congress
well
can
as Brother
prevent it.
DJ. Brother DJ is always
sorry.
out working his ass off modding
No.
too. You guys are
okay.
freaking awesome.
So I want to press you a little bit on the distinction, because in Lamont, the prohibition was directly on the American. Like, you have to specifically request this information that comes. This is working kind of as Justice Kagan's questions were pressing you. This is working on
DB did
ByteDance.
slip in. Good morning, Brother
It's not
DB.
saying to your creators, you can't post on ByteDance. That's indirectly going to happen if ByteDance chooses itself not to permit TikTok to walk away with the code. So does that matter, that distinction between Lamont and this case?
No, for two reasons. One, under the Sorrell case, you look to not just the law itself, but its practical operation. And the practical operation is prevent us from working with ByteDance. So that's one answer. And you bring up Lamont, and Lamont's actually a very important case, I'm sure you all recognize here. It's important to look not just at the court's opinion, but look at the briefing in that case. The government itself never came in and argued there's no right to receive this information. That's the sort of greater argument. All the government argued was, of course, Americans have a right to receive this, but just not so much of a burden to require them to raise their hand to get it. So Archibald Cox, when he was the Solicitor General, said to the court quite explicitly in the brief, we're not even going to make this argument because we think it's so contrary to history and tradition. All we're going to argue is the burden isn't enough. Now, what happened is the DC Circuit kind of turned that upside down and said, oh, Lamont's just a case about the burden. Well, that's because that's the only argument the government was even willing to make in this court. There was no argument that Americans didn't have the right to hear that speech.
What about, so I think this goes to Justice Gorsuch's questions about antitrust divestiture. Let's say that for antitrust reasons, or let's even say not for that. Let's say for suspect First Amendment reasons, Congress tells Jeff Bezos that he has to divest in the Washington Post. You know, he can no longer own the Post. And let's say that neither Bezos nor the Post challenges that. But let's say that you represent clients who really like the Post as it was, who really want to keep receiving the Post, who really want to publish op-eds in the Post. Yep. Would you have standing? Like, what kind of a claim would you be making there?
I believe so, Justice Barrett, and the court has cited Lamont in other cases in more recent years to say we've recognized the right of American listeners to receive information from others. And remember, even that is a lot. That's only a small part of the argument I'm making on behalf of the creators. You know, I don't mean to diminish Mr. Francisco's arguments on behalf of the company and ByteDance, but the core speech in front of you in this case are the videos and other forms of communication that people like my clients are posting by the millions every day on this platform to share with other Americans.
Can you win is it possible for you to win and Mr. Francisco to lose, or you rise or fall together?
No, I think it's possible. I mean, I don't think we should. But
was it possible for you to win and him to lose? And
well,
let
me put it this way. If you were to conclude that something about the corporate ownership structure, and I think there was some conversation about this earlier, impeded Mr. Francisco from being able to assert full-throated First Amendment rights in this case, I would step in and say, well, certainly we can do that and get you to the strict scrutiny. And then the arguments pretty much line up. Then you're in a question of, can the government satisfy strict scrutiny? And I think, Mr. Chief Justice, you asked about, do we have cases for this and that? I think that the idea is, yes, we have cases that say, once you're in strict scrutiny, that
regulating the content, that sounds like an
because you
awfully
don't
good
think
idea.
it's going to be pro-American enough, or it's going to be too pro-foreign interest, is just verboten under the First Amendment. That's the history and tradition. And Justice Kavanaugh, when you asked about the broadcast cases, they're grounded not just in scarcity, but they're grounded in scarcity in a particular way. It has to do with the absolute need Congress has for licensing in a world of scarce resources. And so that's the very small carve out that even in Turner, the court wouldn't extend to cable television, that exists for broadcast licensing. And if you look on the 200 plus years of our country for any other example of foreign ownership of media being regulated by Congress, let alone being permitted in the case law, you are not going to find it. And I think the reason why is because everybody has understood that if you're not in a world of scarcity where licensing is impossible, you cannot give the government, and in this more extreme example, the president himself, unbridled discretion to choose who is a proper owner of a speech
Place the
platform in this
diff
country.
tank on a
Because
2500.
it is so hand in hand.
Yeah,
with
that
viewpoint.
can't be fun.
As I said earlier, any number of owners of big media enterprises, whether they be Americans or foreign citizens, could be accused of having a particular viewpoint. But speakers who engage in those platforms have choices they can make. And so, on behalf of our creator clients, we find it
Dude,
not at all satisfactory to be told, well, look, just go post somewhere else. It's not enough to tell a writer, well, you can't publish an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal because you can publish it in the New York Times instead. Just like here to say, you can publish it on Instagram or some other platform, not just TikTok. TikTok has a distinct editorial and publicational perspective.
That's a good point,
Ab. It
Ab.
particularly benefits people like my clients who are not famous people. They're not actors from Hollywood who have a lot of people following them. They're ordinary American
Might as well
citizens.
go ahead and ban
Content
Al
that they create
Jazeera
on the
and
platform,
a bunch
it's
of others.
privileged by way of the quality of that content. And that's what's so powerful about the platform. So whether you're an ordinary American citizen, or I might add, whether you're a presidential candidate in our last election, if you want
Our
to
own
reach new
media
and
does
different
more to
audiences,
manipulate the American
TikTok is the
people
place
than
people
any
go.
foreign
This may
media
not
could
make
ever
any
hope to.
difference for constitutional purposes, but just out of curiosity, I'd like you to explain what the practical consequences would likely be for your clients if TikTok went dark, as Mr. Francisco put it. There, I assume, is a great demand for what TikTok provides. And if TikTok was no longer there to provide what your clients really want,
Yeah, Russian RT
is there
news,
a
yeah.
reason to doubt that some other social media company would not?
But again, they don't do near as much
and
to manipulate the American people as our regular mainstream
There are
media.
two reasons, Justice Alito. One is many of the declarations from my clients actually explain they've tried on other platforms to generate the kind of audience and engagement they've been able to on TikTok, and they've fallen.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Brother
I know
Wayne.
they haven't so far, and I'm just wondering whether this is like somebody's attachment to an old article of clothing. I mean, I really love this old shirt because I've been wearing this old shirt, but I could go out and buy something exactly like that. But no, I like the old shirt. Is that what we have here, or is there some reason to think that only ByteDance has this? The ByteDance has devised this magical algorithm that all of the geniuses at Meta and all of these other social media companies, they couldn't. No matter, they put their minds to it, they couldn't come up with this magical thing.
I think empirically, other companies have been trying for a few years to catch up with TikTok and replicate it and have been very unsuccessful. And so that ought to tell you something. And so
Our
just imagine the
mainstream
algorithm
media
here as a collection of thousands
Project
of editors.
Bluebird,
Imagine the floors of an office building being filled with a collection of editors. You could imagine a situation where that collection of genius that is on a particular floor
look
cannot
at
be
the
replicated
narrative
by
they
another
pushed
group of
about
people. And that's kind of what
the
you have.
last
I understand that.
10 years.
Justice Thomas? Anything further?
They completely manipulated
I'm
statements
intrigued
that
by
he
your
made,
Mount Healthy
constantly misrepresenting
I
things
mean, maybe
he
you're
said,
right,
and
but
flat out lying about them.
Mount Healthy arose in an entirely different context where you're trying to get to an employer's motivation. Hunter versus Underwood involved an extreme situation where the court looked at the records of a state constitutional convention and came to the conclusion, apparently, that racism was the only motivation for what was done. But it does seem to me to be potentially quite unworkable and contrary to what we've generally said about legislative intent to apply the Mount Healthy framework to a congressional enactment. Did you Or do you recognize, or do you acknowledge that that would be very difficult? Because when an act of Congress is passed, there could be more than 250 different motivations for the votes that were cast by the members.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And in Hunter, the court actually engaged with that problem to some degree. And what Hunter said is, to avoid that problem, we're going to look just to two things. One is the state's brief, which I'd say is the Solicitor General's brief by comparison here, and the text of the law. And here, that's the only thing I need to rely on to get you to the place that they wouldn't have announced.
Well, it gets you to the place that this was part of what motivated Congress. But why does it get you home? Well, and particularly when there's a severability clause in this act.
It can't be only part of it. It has to be enough to sustain the entire act, or at least the parts that you wouldn't sever from the act. And so I think the reason why is because it's not just the content recommendation algorithm part that can be theoretically, I guess, severed out. It's also the covered company provisions, and it's just the whole approach of the statute that is based on content, not on data security.
All right, thank you.
So, okay.
Justice Sotomayor?
No, I'll save it for the SG.
Justice Kagan. Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson?
One quick question. You repeatedly say that from your perspective, the government's motivation is that the content might be too anti-American or too pro-China, et cetera. So that's why you think this is a content-based restriction. But I guess I'm curious if you would say the same thing if the government had articulated its rationale as saying, you know, our motivation is to limit foreign interference in American social media platforms or discourse.
Equally.
Isn't that a different motivation from the standpoint of how we characterize this?
I agree, but then the question I would ask the government that kind of in the brief, maybe the government does say that, is that how on earth are you then serving a national security interest? You know, if all you're doing is just saying, we don't like a foreign country rearranging cat and dance videos, like it's hard to come in and make a national security argument. So the only way you get to national security, which is the government's own argument, is to look at the substance that's being rearranged and say, we don't like the way the substance is going to be rearranged and curated differently.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
All right. So now the lawyer for
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, the Chinese government's control of TikTok poses a grave threat to national security.
So they split their argument.
No one disputes that the PRC seeks to undermine U.S. interests by amassing vast quantities of sensitive data about Americans and by engaging in covert influence operations. And no one disputes that the PRC pursues those goals by compelling companies like ByteDance to secretly turn over data and carry out PR directives. Those realities mean that the Chinese government could weaponize TikTok at any time to harm the United States. TikTok collects unprecedented amounts of personal data. As Justice Sotomayor noted, it's not just about the 170 million American users, but also about their non-user contacts who might not even be engaging with the platform. That data would be incredibly valuable to the PRC. For years, the Chinese government has sought to build detailed profiles about Americans, where we live and work, who our friends and coworkers are, what our interests are, and what our vices are. TikTok's immense data set would give the PRC a powerful tool for harassment, recruitment, and espionage. On top of that, the Chinese government's control over TikTok gives it a potent weapon for covert influence operations. And my friends are wrong to suggest that Congress was seeking to suppress specific types of content or specific types of viewpoints. Instead, the national security harm arises from the very fact of a foreign adversary's capacity to secretly manipulate the platform to advance its geopolitical goals in whatever form that kind of covert operation might take. The Act addresses the threat of foreign adversary control with laser-like focus. It requires only divestiture of TikTok to prevent Chinese government control. And that divestiture remedy follows a long tradition of barring foreign control of U.S. communications channels and other critical infrastructure. So no matter what level of First Amendment scrutiny applies, this act is valid because it's narrowly tailored to address compelling national security threats. Now, my friend Mr. Fisher just emphasized, and I acknowledge, that millions of Americans enjoy expressing themselves on this platform. But the important thing to recognize is that the act leaves all of that speech unrestricted once TikTok is freed from foreign adversary control. The First Amendment does not bar Congress from taking that critical and targeted step to protect our nation's security. I welcome the court's questions.
Is there any difference between content manipulation by a non-U.S. company as opposed to a U.S. company? I didn't hear Mr. Fisher make a distinction between the two.
Yes, and I think the important thing to recognize is that the act here is targeting covert content manipulation by a foreign adversary nation. Now, I understand my friends to say—
What difference does that make?
The difference is that there is no protected First Amendment right for a foreign adversary to exploit its control over a speech platform.
The difference between covert and non-covert.
So I think that Congress's concern with the covert operation was that a foreign adversary could effectively weaponize this platform behind the scenes in order to achieve any number of geopolitical goals. Here are some of the examples that come to mind. One of the pages out of the playbook here is for a foreign adversary to simply try to get Americans arguing with one another to create chaos and distraction in order to weaken the United States as a general matter and distract from any activities that the foreign adversary might want to conduct on the world stage.
What do you mean by covert, though? I mean, does covert just mean it's hard to figure out how the algorithm works? Because we could say that about every algorithm.
No, the covert nature of it comes from the fact that it's not apparent that the PRC is the one behind the scenes pulling the strings here and deciding exactly what content is going to be made to appear on the site. And another way that the
It's just because we don't know that China's behind it. That's what covert means.
Well, I think
it doesn't have anything to do with the difficulty of figuring out what the algorithm is doing. It's just because people don't know that China is pulling the strings. That's what covert means.
What it means is that Americans are on this platform thinking that they are speaking to one another, and this recommendation engine that is apparently so valuable is organically directing their speech to each other. And what is covert is that the PRC, a foreign adversary nation, is instead exploiting a vulnerability in the system.
Warsaw, look at the way our own state media
China's
freaking
behind
reports
it.
on
Like
this shit.
everybody now knows that China is behind it.
Again,
No, but it's the specific
Tic Toc
specific
isn't
content
doing
that's
near the
being manipulated
damage
would
that
be
the
unapparent.
Wall
And so
Street
That's
Journal
true of
does.
every search engine. I mean, you can take any of these algorithms, whether it's X or whether it's you know, you name it. What are the new ones? Blue Sky. I mean, none of these are
Look at
apparent.
the way
You
Google
get what you get. You
manipulates
think
their
that's
results.
puzzling, and it's all a little bit of a black box. So you can't just mean it's a black box, it's covert. They're all black boxes. And if you just mean what's covert is the fact that there's China behind it, I mean, honestly, really, like everybody does know now that there's China behind it. So I just don't get what this covert word does for you.
I think the problem with just
look at the
saying
way
as a general
Facebook and
matter, China
YouTube
has this
manipulated
capability
any
and might
kind of
at some point
content
be
when
able
it
to
came to
exercise and
COVID.
manipulate the platform is it doesn't put anyone on notice of when that influence operation is actually happening, and therefore it doesn't guard against the national security harm from the operation itself.
Isn't that a pretty paternalistic point of view? I mean, don't we normally assume that the best remedy
Probably the
for
only
problematic
channel
speech
strike I
is
got
counter
that
speech?
stuck on my
And,
channel
you know,
was
TikTok
we
says it
were
could even live with
explaining how
a
mRNA
disclaimer on its website
vaccine
saying this can
actually
be
worked.
covertly manipulated by China.
And YouTube struck the
in case anybody were left in doubt after today about that possibility. So you're saying how that won't work because?
That won't work because it is such a generic, generalized disclosure that it wouldn't put anyone reasonably on notice about when it's actually happening.
Matter of fact, on that strike, I had to do YouTube COVID training.
Won't be able to figure out that the cat feed,
and then I think the strike was
he's
still
getting on
permanent.
TikTok could be manipulated, even though there's a disclosure saying it could be manipulated.
But imagine if you walked into a
Misinformation
store and it
training
had a
is what it
sign that
was,
said
something like
one
that.
of 1 million products in this store causes cancer. That is not going to put you on notice about what product is actually jeopardizing your health. And I think that's roughly equivalent to the type of disclosure they're contemplating. They brought up the example of the foreign agents registration. They have to actual content.
No, that's part of the conversation me and Warsaw and a couple of other guys were having
social media
in the
companies
early
for
this
content.
morning, Abby, was
I mean,
the
every
U.S.
editor,
government's hands aren't clean
every
at all.
newspaper in its editorial room makes decisions about what it's going to run and how it's going to say it. And every algorithm has preferences, whether it's domestic or foreign. And nobody really knows exactly when those editorial decisions are being made or how, but they're generally aware. We think that's enough.
I think, though, that there is a real risk that when a foreign adversary has control of that kind of mechanism and a speech platform in the United States, it could weaponize that platform to harm United States interests. And one of the key ways that the PRC flexes this muscle is to suppress speech.
General, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're not arguing about the compelling interest. We're arguing about the tailoring.
Right. And so I guess what I would say, you began by saying the cure for concerning speech is counter speech. Here, I dispute the premise that Congress was specifically concerned about any particular subject or any particular viewpoint. It wanted to close off the capability of a foreign government. But in any event, it's very hard to engage in counter speech when you don't know because someone is secretly manipulating the platform behind the scenes. And in particular, what the PRC has the capability to do is simply silence American voices.
With a newspaper owned by a foreign company and a foreign government, you wouldn't know when it's exercising editorial discretion about this article or that article or how it's doing it. So maybe we just need to shut down the Oxford University Press in America, or you pick it, any other foreign-owned Politico, I was told today, is owned by Germany.
So
that would all be okay on your theory, so long as Congress designates that country a foreign adversary?
We are not asking the court to articulate bright-line rules to govern all kinds of hypothetical situations.
I am testing your argument.
Yes, and what I want to acknowledge is that sometimes the court has recognized that a speaker-based preference might reflect a content-based preference. And in the context of ownership of a newspaper, for example, in part because a newspaper is a one-way channel of communication and is generally understood to represent to some extent its publisher's views, maybe the court would more readily infer that a regulation targeting that is actually aiming to target content. But I don't think the court could draw the same conclusion here.
I'm not talking about the compelling interest or any of that. I'm talking about the tailoring. And you're saying we have no alternative but to stop this speech altogether. We can't rely on disclosure. But you say that wouldn't apply to Politico or to the Oxford University Press because?
In the circumstance where you have a newspaper that is understood to reflect its publisher's views, then you might think that disclosure would be a more adequate remedy there because it's not just holding itself out as a forum for speech between other people. I think social media platforms do raise distinct interests in this regard because what people think when they're engaging with TikTok is that it's organically feeding them videos based on the recommendation engine. And if actually China is behind the scenes engaging in kind of operation, it does prevent a distinct national security risk. Of course, the other big difference with the newspaper is it's not likely to be collecting sensitive personal information about 170 million plus people and then having the capacity to send that back to a foreign adversary.
General Prelogar, can I?
I'm sorry.
One problem is that ByteDance might be through TikTok trying to get Americans to argue with each other.
That it might be just trying to.
If they do, I say they're winning.
That might very well be true, Mr. Chief Justice. And I think the point I'm trying to make is that China is a foreign adversary nation that looks for every opportunity it has to weaken the United States and to try to threaten our national security. And if it has control over this key communications channel, it's hard to predict ex ante exactly how it's going to use that as a tool to harm our interests. But we know it's going to try, first and foremost, by seeking to get the data of these American users, which would be of a piece of all of the activity the PRC has already undertaken to breach our laws. Hack OPM, for example, and exfiltrate the background files and security clearances of 20 million government employees, the breach of Equifax to get sensitive financial data, Anthem to get sensitive healthcare data. We know that the PRC has a voracious appetite to get its hands on as much information about Americans as possible.
Yeah,
and that
those are
creates
two
a
very
potent
good
weapon here
examples.
because the PRC could command that ByteDance comply with any request it gives to obtain that data that's in the hands of the U.S. subsidiary.
Thank you.
General
Suppose,
Prelogar.
suppose that TikTok had no connection whatsoever with any foreign government. It was owned instead by an immensely rich multinational corporation, and Congress concluded that this
Guys from
multinational
Walk the Talk
corporation
are live
really
now.
has it
That's
in for the
another
United States and is
another
going to
good
use
set of
this
guys, man. They're
extremely
freaking
popular
solid when
platform
it
to
comes
do
to
everything it can to undermine the United States in all the ways in which you think that TikTok may pursue at the direction of the PRs. Would this be
corporation has First
more of a
Amendment rights.
treatment
it's an
side.
American corporation.
So if it were an American corporation, I think that, and Congress disagreed with the viewpoints or content the corporation would display, obviously that's a direct regulation of protected speech. And it
Sorry
would
about the
trigger strict
robot and
scrutiny.
perps.
I think that's different in kind from what Congress was worried about here, which was not regulating speech as such, but instead regulating foreign adversary control. And
so your argument depends on the fact that what is at bottom here is the People's Republic of China using TikTok. That's what your argument depends on. If this were an American corporation, it'd be an entirely different thing.
Exactly. And the reason we know the statute is different is because all of the same speech that's happening at all. So it's not saying you can't have pro-China speech, you can't have anti-American speech. It's not regulating the algorithm. TikTok, if it were able to do so, could use precisely the same algorithm to display the same content by the same users. All the act is doing is trying to surgically remove the ability of a foreign adversary nation to get our data and to be able to exercise control over the platform.
Jennifer, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted you to respond to Mr. Fisher's argument about the rights of Americans to receive information, say, from the PRC or anyone else, and that even if ByteDance did not itself have First Amendment rights, that Americans would have a First Amendment right to receive that information in the Lamont sense.
Yes, so I think that Lamont reflected a principle that there can be a right of American listeners to receive information. And if Congress is directly regulating that based on disagreement with the speech that's being sent into this country, that's obviously going to trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. But here, I think the users have to be asserting a different type of interest, because what Congress was safeguarding against was not the ability of TikTok to continue to operate or the users to post content. It was focused only on foreign adversary control. And so the users would have to demonstrate that they have some unqualified First Amendment right to post on a platform that's controlled by a foreign adversary, which could use that access to then threaten our nation's security by gathering data on tens or hundreds of millions of Americans, and also use it for covert influence operations of whatever form. And I don't think there's a First Amendment right to do that.
I was trying to think of whether there's a historical analog here, and this is what I came up with. You know, in the mid-20th century, we were very concerned about Soviet Union and what the Soviet Union was doing in this country. And the Communist Party of the United States at that time was integrally attached to the Communist International, which was essentially a Soviet operation, right? So if Congress had said, oh, it's very nice, we can have the Communist Party USA, but it has to divest, it has to completely divorce itself from the Comintern and from any international ties that it has, do you think that that would have been absolutely fine? And so if the answer is yes, it would have been fine, it's just like this case, or if the answer is no, why is it not like this case?
So I think I would need to know more information about how the international organization is able to exercise control over the American affiliate. And if it had the capacity, for example, to, in an unqualified fashion, gather data from that affiliate in a way that was going to jeopardize our nation's security.
Well, I'm talking more about sort of the content. Let's put the data collection piece of this aside, which seems not very pertinent to my 1950s analog. But, very concerned about the kind of speech that the Communist Party was making in the United States. And it turns out that that content was pretty well scripted someplace else.
I think if it was specifically a concern about the content, then that would trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. We're not trying to run away from that principle here. Instead, we're making, I think, a narrower argument.
Well, then I think that you're a little bit, I think you've just given your thing away, because content manipulation is a content-based rationale. We think that this foreign government is going to manipulate content in a way that will
Facebook might storm for 45 days. Our own NSA stores them
security
forever.
interests. Well, that's exactly what they thought about Communist Party speech in the 1950s which was being scripted in large part by international organizations or directly by the Soviet Union.
I disagree that the concern with covert content manipulation is itself content-based, or that it looks anything like the kinds of laws this court has previously said are content-based. The court most recently in City of Austin said you only have a content-based law when Congress is setting out to discriminate against particular subject matters or particular viewpoints. So it's not enough that the law is regulating in the space that involves content in some way. You have to have this motive by Congress to actually want to suppress speech on certain topics or certain viewpoints. Here, Congress just wants to cut the PRC out of the equation altogether, and all of the same speech could continue to happen on the platform. It's like patching up a backdoor vulnerability that the PRC has that we can't totally see around all the corners to imagine how it could use it against our interests, but we know the PRC will do whatever it can to try. And I think that is different in kind from imputing to Congress some motive to specifically get more speech on certain topics or with certain viewpoints. You know, this law was passed by broad bipartisan majorities in both houses of Congress.
All right, let's see. So that's why that. Oh, I know, because we paused it to listen to the other end of the Trump sentencing. So that's why that shut down kind of like it did. Now, SCOTUS is hearing another case this morning. So far, I don't think we're going to hear anything about whether SCOTUS is taking up the 2A cases this morning. I think we'll probably hear about that Monday. Let's see, while we're bouncing through this. But it is interesting to listen to the arguments that they're using against Tic Toc. You know, the CCP is our own mainstream media does that constantly, and it's been used against us for decades. It's nothing new. It's almost like they're pissed that the damn CCP is cutting in on their freaking game. Let me see. Let me share. Hold on. I have to do this a little different. I'm going to share my beautiful face this morning to wake all you guys up. There's no way you can sleep through that amount of ugliness. While I look for their SCOTUS case this morning. Let me see. Let me change some stuff with this. Da-da-da. All right, here I is. I got it set up. So the link to the chat should still be pinned up there. Anybody's more than welcome to join, as always. While I look and see whether this other set of oral arguments is going to come up this morning. And I think it's kind of in the same vein as the Tic Toc arguments this morning. More kind of a free speech based. Why is that? Did this thing go freaking crazy again? Yeah, why isn't that showing my camera on StreamYard, but it's not showing up on the stream itself. Okay, so that's weird. Last few years, the mainstream media doesn't even try to hide it. No, hell no, they ain't tried to hide it. It's been absolutely in our face. And when it came to the COVID and it came to masks and it came to stuff about vaccines, it's been dead in our face. And the manipulation that went on, and of course, it's proven that the government was working with social media companies to basically cherry pick which information that could actually even be put out on platforms. That was another oral arguments case that we heard. Oh God, it's been, I guess, over a year ago now, where it's proven that the DOJ would, or the Biden administration would get with Facebook, or they'd get with members from YouTube, and oh, wait a second, there's people putting this information out, and they're not allowed to do that. Hold on, give me a second, guys. Let's see who the hell's calling me. That was a buddy of mine's son calling me, asking me some questions about some welding stuff. Let's see. Let me pull this back up and do a refresh on it. Why is it not? Maybe they just haven't started the second case yet. because they were supposed to hear another case. It was kind of in the same vein as the Tic Toc case this morning. Yeah, I still got a tab up for the Supreme Codage. Miss Brooke Cheney, how are you? Good morning. Brooke, I'm trying not to run too many damn tabs right now, but do me a favor, throw your channel out in the chat too. I am always glutton for punishment. You already know that. Getting ready for a class? Good deal. No, I don't think I'm necessarily done with the stream. I'm just kind of hanging out and seeing when they start this other set of oral arguments. So it's just kind of open floor, just hang out, chat right now. I'm trying to keep an eye on it, whether anybody posts anything either way about where SCOTUS is going to roll. Thank you, Miss Brooke. You guys follow Brooke. Firearms trainer extraordinaire. Way better for your mental health than I am. For sure. Let's see. Okay. I shared Walk the Talk out there already. Matter of fact, I'll throw Walk the Talk back out there in the chat again. Should be fun stuff in 2025. 2025 is definitely going to be interesting. So far, it has not disappointed. Although the fact that it's interesting is kind of the disappointment. Mental Health Matter on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Hell yeah. And Brooke, you're normally running your show Saturday nights, aren't you? More training videos as well coming. Nice. Tim, what's up, brother? How are you this morning? Hell of a typo. Sunday, Saturday, what does it matter? It's like everybody comes in here and my grabastic nature just infects everybody. Maybe it's the fact that we watch so much stuff that's just painful to your soul. It just affects everybody's brain. Just woke up getting ready for the day. Oh man, I gotta check the and look for the View today, because Trump, Marshawn was doing his sentencing for Trump, and he basically just told Trump, yeah, everything's pretty much done. Have a good second term, being president. And I shouldn't laugh at the leftists that are absolutely losing their minds right now, but I should. All of us should be mocking them relentlessly right now, because their one hope to keep Trump out of office just absolutely fell flat on its face and let him down. And understand, I'm not the hugest Trump supporter. I don't think Trump's the savior of the republic and all that. He's just not the devil and the demon that the left's made him out to be. It's just not. And the way the the way our government works with the people that are actually running things, your career politicians, your non-elected bureaucrats, they're the ones freaking running stuff. The president changing over every 4 years isn't going to change a whole lot. I definitely don't see Trump, which I would like to see him do it, go after all these corrupt SOBs, but I don't see him doing it. There's Miss Brooke. Hey, Miss Brooke, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. You are not wrong. The amount of people that think the president's a big deal, which it is, but the people actually running the show are the ones who've been there 30, 40 years.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the first time Trump was in office, Chuck Schumer basically told him live on TV, I'm running it. You're not. You're sitting in a seat for 4 years. I'm going to be here for another 10.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is the thing, like learning about the painful reality of our system. And I don't know if you and I've had this conversation before, but I am totally that person who, if you talked to me in 2005, and you told me there was going to be a 10-round mag ban, I'm like, sure, of course. There's still bullets in the gun. What does it matter?
Yeah.
And then second, back then I also believed our politicians are doing the best they can to serve the most of us. And so I've been that person. I was that person. I am no longer that person because now I've become more educated. And so it's a little bit different now.
I think a lot of us have been there, though. Hell, at one point I was there. Yeah. Where you were on the peripheral of it. You didn't really get deep into it. You know, you kind of heard a narrative on the side, but you were always doing other stuff and weren't focused on the deeper end of the pool.
Oh no, people are shocked. They're like, just so you know, I never voted. Like, I turned 18. I'm like, well, I voted for Ross Perot because I wanted to see what a businessman in the White House would do. Other than that, I'm like, I don't know anything about any of these guys. I don't know what they do. They must be good at their job because they win. And so went from that to not knowing anyone, not voting, to all the people I vote for here in Connecticut know me by name.
Yeah, and that's huge.
So
that is massive.
You can go in any direction you so choose.
I mean, that's one of the things that got me off my ass and made me start my channel and started doing stupid stuff like this, where we're actually watching how everything's done, because it was my way to actually have a voice in it.
Right.
You know, and as crazy as it drives me, and as crazy as I drive everybody else, and I'm sorry for the painkiller bills you guys got right now, but you know, it was the way to get active with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the crazy part is, like, once you watch one of these hearings and you understand, like, just how ridiculous it all is,
mm-hmm.
and how staged it all is, and how this one has this agenda and this one has that agenda, but they know how to market it properly, because all politics is marketing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So,
well, yeah. It was like oh good God, when they were arguing about the constitutional carry in Alabama, mm-hmm. I literally watched two guys, and I can't remember whether it was House floor or Senate floor.
Yeah, it gets confusing.
Have the conversation that we pass unconstitutional laws all the time, and it's for the judiciary to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's on the record, and it was like, wait a second, you guys are supposed to be the lawmakers. You're supposed to be the authority on the law. You're supposed to respect and uphold the Constitution. And you admitted 100% that you just wipe your butt with it and do what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, I'm an elected official, right? Mm-hmm. I've held, this is my, I don't know, third or fourth term as an elected official. And it's just like, at the local level where you can actually make an impact, you're just a volunteer. You're not like some hand-picked person who knows everything about the stuff you're on, whether you're education board, zoning board, all of that sort of stuff. So it's nuts. Like, I used to think there was one election every 4 years, and that was it. That's all I knew.
Yeah.
And then got into guns, got into traveling all over the country, training and competing and all of that. And I'm like, oh, wait a second. this is weird. My pistol permit is not like my driver's license. I can't just go everywhere or anywhere that I want. And it's just like, oh my gosh. And then DC Project helped open my eyes even further as far as how stuff works. So,
hey, do me a favor, Brooke. Do you have a link for the DC Project you can throw in the chat real quick?
I do. And for those of you who are going to be at SHOT Show, they just actually sent out, here, let me just look up for DC. They just sent out a thing about they're going to go teal at SHOT Show. And
nice.
I know I just saw that this morning. It shouldn't be hard to find, but of course I put this in here and I'm like, no, not there. All right, I will find it momentarily. But yeah, so DC Project, they usually do a day or a time where they want to get everybody in their teal shirts. And I have teal shirts. Not that I'm going to get them to you. Well, I could. If anyone out there is going to be at SHOT and doesn't have their, oh no, don't get a shirt from me. Mine are outdated because mine still say DC Project. And I keep forgetting that they have changed it to Women for Gun Rights. And so change is hard. Just like mental health matters on Saturday versus suicide prevention Saturday. My brain was like, I don't know why I went to Sunday.
Just admit it. I'm retarded and I infect anybody who comes in the chat.
No. I was just like, if you hadn't read that out loud, honestly, I would have had no idea that I wrote Sunday instead of summer. All right, here we go. Women for Gun Rights on Wednesday, January 22nd. They are going to be there. All right, so hold on, because I got to open. Well, I'm going to be a pain because I closed my my YouTube side. So if you can cut and paste it from the private thing, that would be good. Oh, they got all sorts of fancy stuff here because there is events on January 22nd at SHOT Show, 1 to 2 o'clock will be the Governor's Forum. 4 to 5 o'clock will be the Attorney General Forum, and 4 to 5:30 is the Women of the Gun event. And this is all if you're going to be at SHOT.
All right, there's that. I don't see a link for, but
all right, no, I hadn't got that far. I hadn't clicked on it. So let me click on the link to get you to where we want to go. No, that's not where I want to go. Yeah, technology and me are not necessarily the best combo.
Yeah, I'm more of a caveman. I tend to,
I'm like, okay,
beat stuff with hammers.
All right, because like I clicked on the link in there and it goes immediately to the join thing. So here it is, womenforgunrights.org. Here is the link for that, for real. And for those of you who've not been there, Women for Gun Rights started as the DC Project by Diana Muller, back to what Coop and I were just talking about, as far as we want to do something, we want to make a difference. So Diana, if you don't know Diana Muller, she is a 3-gun superstar, and she went to DC for something, and she's like, what can I do? What can I do? And that was the impetus of the DC Project, which is now Women for Gun Rights. And she invited women, gun owners like myself, from every state to go join her once a year in DC and be like, hey, we've got the Moms Demand Action out there. Well, here's some moms and some sisters and some wives and some daughters. We don't want you taking our guns away. And this is why, because we are our family's first responders. We are the mama bear who wants to protect our family. And Colt was right when he said it's the ultimate equalizer.
Yeah,
so,
and when we watch hearings where you'll see, the Moms Demand Action shirts back there, but you'll see those teal shirts back in there where, you have that representation in those hearings.
Yeah.
And it's awesome to see, because
it's just hard though, because they have so much money.
Yeah.
And we just don't. I don't understand it exactly, because I'm like, really? But yeah, challenge.
When you got major money like Bloomberg, and you got Soros money out there who's just, they're funneling money into Moms Demand Action and Giffords and Brady, Students Demand.
Oh, yeah. Oh, when they started
that,
we're like, oh my gosh, how do we counter this? Because it's not good. I mean, oh, what the heck is his name? There's a lawyer. What the heck? And he's a constitutional lawyer. And I need to, I'll share it. Next time I find you, I will email it to you or something. But it is one of those things where as a lawyer going through law school, he's like, it's so liberalized. It's not about just having a conversation, because Moms Demand Action actually, as he was practicing, actually came in, and Moms Demand Action was trying to get lawyers to not like provide services to gun owners.
I think I've heard him talk before.
Alex Uli.
Yeah, Alex.
Sorry, I'm like, I know his name. I haven't talked to him in a bit, but
Forged in Freedom.
There you go. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, Forged in Freedom. Matter of fact, let me see. I probably can dig his.
Yeah. I probably haven't talked to him in a bit, but yeah, A Forged in Freedom. That is the one. Although I put Alex Uli in, and Alex Cooley comes up instead. So, but yeah. So I only jumped on at the very end. All right, podcast. I got it. I found it. I think. Listen notes.
Yeah, if you got it before I do, throw it out inside, and I'll post it in the main.
Right. Yeah.
Because Alex is another really solid dude.
Alex is awesome. I love him. I love the fact he does the stuff with his dad. And it's just like, if I ever have any constitutional anything questions, he would totally be the guy that I go to. And he's so laid back and so smart. So
I got to try to work on it a little bit more. Alex was mentioning Brian McClanahan.
Okay, that one I don't know.
Brian McClanahan is a really sharp history professor. Matter of fact, he works at the college where I work.
Okay. I forget
he's got. Yeah, he's and he's got his own podcast that he puts out. And I'll have to pull his up. He's just an exceptionally sharp guy. But Alex was mentioning him one time. And I got to work on Brian a little bit, see whether I can get those two hooked up, because that would be an amazing podcast to get those two together.
That would be very cool. Oh, speaking of that, I need some videos in my backlog. So can I get you and me to do a Mental Health Matters? We can talk about how crazy you are.
Oh, yeah, we can definitely do that. I mean, I can provide references.
Just because I'm trying to get better for 2025. Like I said, A Great Search Union School YouTube channel is going to be still Mental Health Matters on Saturdays, but I'm going to be doing a lot more training stuff, because, you have those New Year's conversations with people about, oh, what are your goals for 2025? And I'm like, my goal is to serve more people, to serve the people who can't come here and get one-on-one training with me, and to take care of the folks who've never touched a gun or who are afraid of guns and that sort of stuff. So I'm planning on being more busy, which means I need to have more backup stuff. Oh, and there's fun stuff. I'm going to be away for 2 weeks. We're going to Japan.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I'm so excited. We're learning Japanese right now, or attempting to learn Japanese, I should say. So
it would definitely be an attempt for me. And I don't know whether my redneck, accent would work real good in Japanese. They'd ban me from the country.
Well, my son has already been taking Mandarin for like two years, maybe 3 years now.
Oh, wow.
And so he already understands like the intonation. And apparently all Americans are obnoxious because we talk like this and they talk more like this, right?
What'd you send me, Dark?
But anyway. Oh, I didn't even think about losing guns and stuff in the fires. That's really, I don't know. It all sucks. It's like losing anything sucks. Did you disappear and fall off the...
No, Dark sent me a picture of the stream right now, and apparently I need to be fact checked because YouTube is saying I need to be fact checked. I can learn how elections are done in electoral college and all that apparently.
Okay. That's weird.
Well, it's just we talked about it earlier when we were talking about the TikTok stuff. They're worried about TikTok manipulating information. Well, what do you think our media does to us every single day?
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, from the digital security side of things, my husband, who does digital security globally, we do not touch TikTok at all because of the security issues. Has nothing to do with free speech. It's the worms and whatnot else that are in there. It's like
no doubt.
So,
but they're worried about the data collection and manipulation, Chinese CCP. I can see that.
Yeah.
But our government, again, they do that to us constantly too. They data mine the hell out of us. Everything that we do electronically, our government collects.
And we don't even have to do it electronically if you're stupid like some of us and have an Alexa or a Google Echo in your house.
Oh, yeah. We all got spy bots on us constantly. We call them telephones.
There's that.
Cell phones.
Yeah. Oh, freakiest thing that ever happened with my cell phone. I had a glitch in my memory, like literally a glitch in my memory, where it's like I was one place and then I kind of woke up somewhere else. And then I looked at my Google Maps and I was driving at the time. And it went from where my glitch started and there was a straight line to where I remember again. So I'm just like, huh.
No, you went to the road coma.
Yes, I did road coma for the first time in my 55 years on this earth. And it was nuts. I saw bright lights and then I woke up afraid and scared. And I'm just like, what just happened? And I wasn't where I was supposed to be. So.
We all do it. I mean, it's amazing how many times where through the years, you leave work and you're tired or something like that. And then like 2 miles down the road, you're like, I don't even remember passing all these things that I'm normally kind of marking that I'm passing and
getting closer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Still my favorite at this point is I got up, got dressed, got on the highway, going to work. And I'm like, there's not a lot of traffic out here today. And I'm halfway to work before I realized it was Saturday. And at the time I was working a Monday through Friday job.
Yeah, I've been there.
It's like, what? So, yeah.
Of course, I've done the exact opposite too, where I got into work the next day and my boss was like, where were we at yesterday? Yeah, I thought we were off yesterday. You need to turn in time. Whoops.
Yeah. Minor technicality. Yeah, no, my daughter's not feeling great this morning when I brought her off to school. And she volunteers with a PAL program, in which they go play with 7th and 8th graders at their high school on Saturday mornings. And I'm like, well, communication is key. Just let the guy organizing it know that you're not feeling well today and you're not sure if you're going to be there tomorrow, so you can plan accordingly.
Yeah.
Because it's like the amount of people just don't show up and don't call and don't let people know, other than when we're having mind glitches as far as like not actually knowing where we are, where we're supposed to be.
Oh, it's people which dealing with students is mind numbing and maddening a lot of times, because I've got a general rule with my guys and tell them, you treat this just like you would a job. If you've got to be out, just text me, so I'm not sitting around waiting on you to get here, dragging everybody else down. You don't got to mess me your life story. Just text me, hey, Coop, not going to be in today. Yeah. No problem. And the amount of times that they will not do that, and then it'd be a couple classes that they don't show up, and then they show up. It's like, well, Coop, what are we doing? Well, I don't know, if you communicated with me the last couple classes, you'd probably know what the hell we were doing.
Right. So, in the private chat, wherever the heck it is, over there, I sent you my email because I don't think I have your email. So email me, please.
Will do.
So, anyway, so what was SCOTUS since I got here at the end? What's the Reader's Digest version of what you just did over the last 3 hours?
The Reader's Digest version, again, is the government wants to basically shut TikTok down unless they divest so-called completely from any kind of influence from the Chinese government.
Okay.
Now they're already hosting all their servers in the United States now.
Okay. Well, that's something I didn't know. Last I knew they were still out in China. So that's cool.
But I mean, honestly, no matter where they host their servers or who they put up as a front man, It's still going to be influenced by the CCP.
Right.
And to get the data, they can do the same thing our federal government does and just buy it through third-party services.
Voila.
I mean,
all those cookie warnings every time you go to a new page. Cookies. Who doesn't want cookies? The Cookie Monster is very yummy. But yeah.
So it's to me, it's almost a completely useless thing. Now, the interesting arguments that's made by the lawyer for who's it, ByteDance or whatever it is, was that this is going against the free speech right of the owners of TikTok, basically TikTok itself as the entity. But here's my deal with that. So if you're trying to say that TikTok has an absolute free speech right, then everybody on your platform should have that absolute free speech right also. You shouldn't be able to censor content like you do now, where you're banning any kind of gun content. You're banning any kind of content talking about COVID. You're banning any kind of content that's talking negatively about the CCP, all that stuff. Again, it's that same kind of vein as like what we see with YouTube and what we see with Facebook. If you are a platform, the only content you should be able to filter is going to be stuff that is absolutely illegal.
Right.
That's
child porn. I don't know.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's the only content you should be able to censor. You shouldn't be able to censor somebody for saying, hey, this coof jab is probably causing some injuries and not preventing what they say it's preventing. But the only, I said it earlier, the only channel strike I've caught that I haven't been able to actually get rid of was we were talking about how the mRNA vaccine actually works. Yeah. And I mean, that's basically looking through scientific literature.
Right.
And we caught a strike over that for misinformation.
Well, I mean, I got shut down multiple times for Suicide Prevention Saturday because I had the word suicide in there. I mean, I fight it. They say, oh, sorry about that, because it's just bots. And they see the word. And it's just like, the worst part to me is realizing that the reason I get cut out for that is because YouTube actually has a problem where people go live and commit suicide.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, that's horrible. So
it's horrible, but you know what? And again, living in what's supposed to be a free society, I mean, there's downsides to it. There's negative things to it.
Absolutely.
And again, getting back to the types of content they should be able to actually regulate. If it's illegal content, that's the only content that they should be able to regulate. Someone getting on and doing a whole self-deletion on there. I mean, there's no way to really stop that.
No.
I mean, they could name the stream Big Fluffy Puppies and get on there and do it,
That was actually the worst thing that I ever saw on Facebook. This was before there was like any filtering, right? And it was this dude showing this dog, this puppy, and driving around with the puppy, and then throwing it off a bridge onto pavement. And I'm like, I could never unsee that. And it was just like, back then, I don't think you could even report stuff. But it was just like, that was the most distressing thing to me as someone who never kills anything. I mean, I'm not a vegetarian. Let's not go there. But I don't kill it myself.
Well, it's again that's where you find someone who does something like that, and you track that person down, and you prosecute them to the highest extent that you can prosecute them.
Right.
You don't let that slide.
Mm-mm.
And it's the amount of content that's on social media that they will refuse to take off.
Yeah.
Like, YouTube has a bunch of kiddie stuff that they will not get rid of.
Yeah.
We listened to oral arguments in the Supreme Court where it was Twitter at the time, was refusing to take down child stuff that they were informed about.
Yeah.
And this kid proved, hey, I was underage, this happened, and Twitter was aware of the content, was aware that it was being reposted and shared and all that, and they refused to take it down.
Yeah.
They were defending the somehow free speech of that, which was mind-numbingly insane.
Yeah. Well, this is where like the ACLU goes, is the ACLU will protect skinheads, and they will protect all races and types of people, but they will not stand up for our Second Amendment rights, for example. So no matter what organization it is, it's like nobody agrees with what's supposed to be taken care of and what is not. And that is the challenge of freedom, right?
Well,
it's like we have pick and choose.
The ACLU, you know, back in the day, they defended Nazis marching through Jewish neighborhoods.
Right.
I mean, so they were an absolutist on the free speech end of it.
Uh-huh.
But again, like you said, they wouldn't defend the Second Amendment like they would do. And I'm all for, hey, if you want to be an idiot racist, by all means, put it out in the public so we all know where you're at. We all know, and then we can fight the narrative with actual facts, and we can fight it with information.
Right.
It's not hidden.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, the Holocaust deniers, I'm like, what? But they're over there with the flat earthers, as far as I can tell. So
yeah. I mean, yeah, hold on, wait a second, man. You're trying to tell me, and it's flat, but there's this thing called physics that.
Well, you know, but it just proves how you can convince yourself of anything that you give enough support to, right?
Oh, absolutely.
It's like, here's what happens. We hear something and we put a belief under it. And then we put another belief under it, and another belief under it, and another belief under it until it's holded there. Now, this goes back to, if we have this belief and we've got all this support, and then somebody says, oh no, this is what's really true, it follows because we don't have that. And we won't take from the stuff that we have over here that we believe in, we're not going to take away any of our beliefs that were under there. And this is why people don't get it. It's like, you can't change somebody's mind. You can give them all the information in the world that is contrary to the belief that they had, but because they stuck so many other pieces of information under that first one, you can't pull it apart.
It's we see it. We see that a lot with the gun control crowd, where you can give them every fact, every statistic that refutes their narrative, and they completely blow it off. And when you point out, hey, the reason they add in suicides with so-called gun deaths and stuff, is they're just padding numbers.
Well, and this is why I say the beginning of every one of my things is, why are we here? Because 2 out of every 3 gun deaths are suicides.
Yeah.
And it's totally nuts. And it's like, I've had many a conversation with lots of people, and it's one of those things where it's just like, the people that are convinced outlawing rifles specifically will make a difference. No matter if I take the FBI stats for the last 20 years and put them in front of them, it's like, rifles barely cause any harm ever.
Yeah. All long guns.
0.1111% of all of the violence that's done in America is with rifles. And they're just like, but it might make someone feel better.
Well, they tell us all the time, well, if it'll save one life.
Yeah.
Well, they never look at the other end of the scale where people use rifles to defend themselves. Yeah, one of my favorite ones was a pregnant woman, and I don't know what her husband was involved in, but anyway, guys broke in. They're basically attacking her husband, about to kill her husband. Her little pregnant self goes in, grabs AAR, and ends up shooting some guys and defending, the lives of her and her husband.
Yeah.
They will never talk about a woman doing that. Ever.
Nope. Nor will they talk about the 12-year-old who's home alone and fending off a burglar with the shotgun. It's just not.
Well, there was one. It was either a 13 or a 16-year-old kid who was home, and was home invasion robbery, and he had access to his dad's AR. He walked up there and got his dad's AR, and he was home with his younger sister, and he posted up. And when the guys tried to come at him, you know, he was able to defend him and his little sister. And if you look at the laws in some of these states, they would literally throw the parents in prison.
Oh, yeah.
Because that young kid had access to a gun and was able to defend his life and his sister's life.
That would be Connecticut, because we have safe storage laws. All guns must be locked up at all times.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's us.
Well, these dum-dums, we looked at one of the proposed or one of the submitted bills in Alabama this year is another safe storage bill.
Yeah.
Which, if someone broke into your house and stole your gun, if it wasn't locked up according to their rules, guess who gets charged with, I think, a Class C felony?
Yeah, we have Class C, D, or what is it? Never mind. I just taught, I have to teach this now in my permit classes because, but it's just like a Class C felony. The largest, so if someone comes and steals your gun for the third time, so the first time you get like a Class A misdemeanor, Class C felony, and then I forget what the third one is, but it's up to 20 years in jail for having someone steal a gun from you.
Which in a lot of cases, I mean, where do firearms get stolen? In high crime areas where people probably don't have the money to pay $1,100 for a decent safe.
Right.
And people do get broken into multiple times.
And here in Connecticut, we keep trying to pass a law that at least gives us a tax break when we spend like no sales tax on safes and security devices for firearms, but they won't touch it. They will not touch it, but we try.
Yeah, they won't touch it federally. There was a bill submitted last Congress, 118th, that would have given tax breaks and tax credits for purchasing safes and gun locks and stuff. And you know, they wouldn't pass that. They wouldn't even bring it up for debate. I don't think it made it in the judiciary for a debate.
Yeah.
Or no, maybe that one did make it to a markup. I might have streamed that one.
I know you do so much. All right. So DLD After Dark says you need to show what Crump is premiering. Because I have to go because my student's going to be here shortly. But I figured since I had the chance to pop on and say hi, I would. So.
Brooke, you are always welcome. You bring a whole lot of class to this shit show.
Well, luckily you don't have a specific schedule, so that works best with me anyway. So, you know, there's that.
Yeah, I definitely don't have a specific schedule. Not right now.
And this is the problem with our political system in general, is if you want to get involved in it, you have to have a completely flexible schedule where you can't plan anything in advance, because sometimes they let you know not even 24 hours before a hearing. It's insane.
Oh yeah, we've streamed stuff where, I mean, we got notice that something was happening the morning of.
Yeah, it's nuts. So anyway, yeah, so Foss is out there saying that Heller specifically said the state can't tell you how to store your handgun. But again, like you said, they pass all these unconstitutional things and say, well, we'll let the judge and jury sort it out, which cost us money because we're fighting both sides. Our taxes go to support the state attorneys, and then our donations to our friendly 2A communities also go. So we're actually paying both sides whenever we're fighting any of these. So, ugh. But anyway.
All
right.
I'll tell you what. All right, Brooke. Yes. Well, have a good day, sister. And
all right,
be blessed and stay safe, okay?
Yep. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
And I'll tell you what, Dark, if you don't think Crump would mind, man, I'll bring over, well, here, I'll post the link to Crump's stuff. And then, hell, we'll go ahead and run it. On the stream and kind of comment on it too. And Dark Brother, if you're available and you don't mind, man, you're more than welcome to come on, which anybody is. It's open right now. The Supremes are arguing their second case as far as Tic Toc right now, but it looks like Crumpy has the more important topic right now. which you guys need to be following Brother Crump because he is normally spot on. So let's see what Brother Crump's saying. Look at that big sexy right there. In fact, let me mute this in the background.
Easy crap. Let's talk about it, Wolverines.
Crump, I gotta find, or Dark, if you're out there and you can post it. Crump posts or does a lot of articles for Ammo Land, a lot of investigative stuff. Let's throw out anything in the chat we can throw out for Crump. Dude, didn't Frag Out Designs do that logo for Crump? He did magazines for it, didn't he? Laser engraved.
Megan Bennett is the assistant director of the ATF's Office of Enforcement Programs and Services, and she does not like what the courts have to say. So, according to her, they're just going to ignore it. Before we get into the story, my name is John Crump. I'm an investigative journalist. I write for a little website called AMOland.com, and this is my channel, John Crump News, where we talk about
And for those of you, if you aren't initiated to Brother Crump, he is the biggest pain in the ass to the ATF, and it is absolutely beautiful.
Almost every day. Go ahead, like, comment, and subscribe. Let's go ahead and jump back into the story. So Ms. Bennett here does not like the Fifth Circuit ruling that the ATF cannot enforce the pistol brace rule. If you don't know, which I'm sure you do, the ATF made a new rule stating that pistols equipped with stabilizing devices are verboten, and these constitute a short-barreled rifles. Almost every pistol on the market with a brace would be considered a short-barrel rifle if the ATF had.
Hold on. Yeah. Give me just a sec. I gotta make a little bit of noise here because this is the AK pistol that I built. And it's even scarier because it's got a brace on it and it's a spooky ghost gun.
Had their way. And if Miss Bennett had her way, all of them would be considered a short-barreled rifle. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what she said. First, let's give credit to GOA. GOA is the one that got the story, and I'm friendly with those guys, so I got it now. Okay. So what happened was a GOA member emailed the office, which Miss Bennett is the assistant director of, asking about the legality of a pistol with a stabilizing device. Miss Bennett responded to the GOA member by stating that the rule is going with
If I can find my own chat here. Here is the link to GOA. And as always, I apologize for my connection, perps. And then while I'm at it, let me look at let me throw Ammo Land's link out here. Dark, you should have been here earlier, brother. We were already bragging about you. We were posting links for DLD hardware and definition knives. False, my brother. Can't remember whether I said hi to you. And Barton Fink, brother man, what is up? You guys all let us know how you're doing with this weather. I know everybody's been worried about it, or a lot of people have been.
But they did not enjoin the statute against SBRs without being on the NFA registry. And they are going to interpret that statute as including all pistols equipped with stabilizing devices, which is actually more than what the actual rule said. You got to remember the rule is a violation of the Administrative Procedures Act because the final rule was so different from the proposed rule. And this is even different from that. This is stating that she believes in the ETF will take enforcement action against.
Yeah, and this is where we've talked about, and we talked about it when it happened. So this entire argument in front of the courts going through was basically that, much like I think the frames and receivers rule falls into this. It's the Administrative Procedures Act. This wasn't argued on Second Amendment grounds. So in other words, the ATF with short barrel or with pistol braces, when they wrote the original rule, they had this kind of score sheet that you could use to see whether your brace pistol was actually a short-barreled rifle. And when the final rule went into effect, they had done away with that score sheet. They had changed a couple other things. So when this case was argued, it was argued that, wait a second, the rule itself that actually went into effect was substantially different than the proposed rule that everybody got to comment on. And even with the comment period in the Federal Registry, how many of us actually go to the Federal Registry and comment on stuff? I mean, I know I didn't do that until, hell, probably about the time I started following Crump. So 3 years ago, maybe, somewhere around there. I'm pretty sure Crump was one of the first guys that I followed that actually got me to go on to the Federal Register and pay attention to it. So much props to Brother Crump, because I've learned a substantial amount from him.
Anyone with pistols with stabilizing devices, no exceptions, nothing. If you have a pistol and it has a stabilizing device on it, according to her and her department, it is an SBR. I don't think the courts are going to agree with her on this because the court specifically stated that the status quo must be kept, and pistol with braces were okay before the new rule, so they must be okay now. Every manufacturer in the United States is back to making pistols equipped with stabilizing devices. If Miss Bennett has her way, that will stop. Fortunately.
Yeah, and that's that's one of the most frustrating things about this rule when this rule was written and when it was submitted to the registry, is they're taking something that had been effectively legal for a decade, that millions of people own, and they're making millions of people felons overnight without any sort of vote, even with the amount of comments that they got against that rule. They just shoehorned it in anyway. They just completely blew off all the comments against that rule. So you're a felon. You get a felony, and you get a felony, and you get a felony. And I talked about it then. I'll talk about it now. I just built a couple more pistols because I built them according to the instructions on the ATF's own website to be legal. So the ATF can eat a big fat one because you don't get to just change the rules. At least according to me, anyway. I know, hell, my wife at the gun shop she works at, there were tons of people that were coming into the shop, bringing their AR pistols in, getting braces removed, because apparently they couldn't even remove their own brace. But even with removing the brace, you still weren't legal according to that rule if a brace could be attached to the gun really in any way. So it wasn't just a matter of, oh, you remove your SB tack brace from your pistol and you're cool. You had to change the buffer to where you couldn't attach a brace to it at all. It was just so crazy, and a lot of the things people thought they were doing to be legal, they weren't legal. And then the whole kind of amnesty or free tax stamp, where people were told, hey, if you go ahead and submit this to us, you're going to get a free tax stamp, which really wasn't a free tax stamp. And we would put your gun, the government would put your gun on the NFA registry. And you had a effectively free short barrel rifle. And in practice, that wasn't legal in and of itself. And we beat the shit out of that horse.
The courts will not look kindly on what she is saying, and she is definitely wrong. So I don't think that any manufacturers really have to worry about stop making pistols equipped with stabilizing devices, because I think this woman is a moron. This situation goes to show you either these guys at the ATF have no idea what they're talking about, which is a pretty reasonable assumption, or they hate guns so much that they're going to ignore the court.
This is where I will argue with Crump and tell him that, yes, two things can be true at the same time. One, these people know jack about guns at all, and they effectively hate them at the same time. I mean, do we have to go find the clip again where the ATF agent couldn't even disassemble a Glock? And I realized it had a switch on it, and he was probably racking the slide back too far, and it was resetting the sear, and that's the reason he couldn't pull the slide. But if you're the ATF special dude in charge of firearms and you can't disassemble a Glock, maybe you shouldn't be in charge of things. Just shooting from the hip. Tactical FUD, wonder how many people fell for the free tax stamp. Washington gun law actually had a couple of videos where they went through the numbers on that. And let's put it this way. It wasn't a massive amount of people. It was still way more people than should have fell for that crap.
Courts and do what they like, which is also a reasonable assumption. Whether you take it one way or the other way, they cannot enforce the rule. They need someone to tell them that they cannot enforce the rule. I have no idea why this woman responded to a random person or why that random person asked about it, but it is good that they did, because it shows you the way that the ATF thinks. They are playing semantics. Oh, the rule doesn't work? Well, the statute's still in effect, even though the rule modified the statute. They were definitely violating the Administrative Procedures Act, and they were called to the carpet on it. I do not think the pistol brace rule is coming back, although that I can see that they want to enforce it somehow. Hopefully that will not stand. I know GOA is sending letters, and hopefully the court looks at this and calls them to the carpet, because this is a willful violation of the court order if they want to go through and enforce the pistol brace ban. It is my guess that the ATF will walk this back pretty damn quickly, but it does show you what they think internally.
Well, even if the ATF gets out and tries to walk this back publicly, you know, privately that they're still going to try to pull whatever BS shenanigans they can pull. This is an organization that does not care at all whatsoever about the constitutional restraints on government powers. They will absolutely enforce unconstitutional laws and regulations every day, all day. There are tons of people in prison right now because of ATF enforcement of unconstitutional laws and regulations.
Just be aware, this is the people that are running the ATF. And with Trump coming into office, we have to push him to get rid of the sycophants that want to screw with our rights. All right, guys, that is it. So stay ever vigilant, stay ever free, keep in the fight. I am out of here. Wolverine's mother.
So, yeah, share that one out far and wide, guys, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people have not heard about that one. But we knew it was coming. Ultimately, we knew the ATF was going to play games with this, just like they play games with everything else. And yeah, Matt, 100% free CRS. It's matter of fact, while you said that, and let me share this out. Because this is a way to support CRS and his wife and his family. I'm pretty sure their stuff with Only Tactical Fans is still up and kicking. And I need to share it out more often. I need to share out a couple of things. Matter of fact, while I was thinking about it, good Lord, I know I shared them out on Dark Stream last night, but let me see if I can find them all my bookmarks again. Because we got a couple people that we need to look at freaking helping out. So apparently, Brother Tech Money is another one that if we can help out, let's help him out. Even if you can't kick him any cash, man, share the link on X or your social media. Get it out in front of as many people as you can. And maybe we can get some other people that do have the fungible money to help him out. And then let me see. And then Red Dawn Readiness. He's still probably at least a week or so, if not more, out from a paycheck. If you can help him out, help him out. Dark probably don't want to talk about it. I don't know how he's sitting exactly, but anytime we can help Dark out. Matter of fact, Dark, if you're in the chat, man, if you got your Cash App or whatever where people can help you out if you need it without YouTube scraping money, kick that out there. Because it's nice to be able to support Dark on YouTube with memberships and stuff like that. But just realize that YouTube sucks up like 33% or so of anything that you kick through YouTube. And again, there's plenty of times, man, where I have not had the money to kick out, and be able to directly support some guys, but sharing this stuff out on social media and getting it out in front of people does actually help sometimes, where you can get more eyeballs on it. It's like hold on, there's let me see if I can find Dexter Taylor's. And if you don't know about Dexter Taylor's case, here it is. This should be it. Yeah, 2A Legal Fund. Dexter Taylor, Crump had him on. That's how I found out about Dexter Taylor. He was, during COVID, up in New York, had nerve enough to build some of his own guns without the blessing of the state. And they went in there and arrested his ass, and he's presently sitting in New York prison for daring to build his own guns. Never hurt another living soul, was not a threat to the public. I don't even know whether he had fired any of the guns that he built. But they damn sure kicked his door in and threw handcuffs on him and drug him off to jail and put his ass in prison. And Dexter's not the only one in New York going through that. There are a lot of people in New York for that very same reason that are sitting in prison right now. And they continue to do it. Matter of fact, one of the streams that we did right around the time when this shit happened to Dexter was with a DA in New York and one of the head cops, and they freely admit that they are taking mostly law-abiding citizens and throwing them in prison just because they have a firearm. They weren't a threat to anybody. They had never committed a crime, and they have zero problems throwing their asses in prison. So, like I said, even if you can't support everybody monetarily, man, share these things out on social media, please. I need to get better about sending all this stuff out every time I do a stream. Because these guys, they all do need support, man. And these are not even probably a 10,000th of the amount of people that are in the same boat as them. And it's freaking heartbreaking when you actually look at these cases. It's definitely anybody who actually loves freedom and wants to live a free life. This stuff should be in the back of your mind constantly. Let me see something. Let me share. Walk the Talk's still going. Let me share them out. Walk the Talk America again is a group that comes at gun advocacy, trying to look at things from a mental health aspect, which is where it needs to be looked at in a lot of cases. And I think they've caught a lot of hell from the 2A community, wrongfully so. But they definitely deserve support, man. They are definitely putting in some yeoman's work. And if you look back through the chat, guys, like the links for what used to be the DC Project, I can't remember what Brooks said they're called now. Another great advocacy group for the Second Amendment that's actually trying to power legislation and push legislatures in the direction of actually respecting people's rights. I wish to God that they could get the amount of money that Moms Demand Action gets. I wish they could get half of the money Moms Demand Action gets. I know they do. because commie mommies demanding action out there pushing the narrative, the anti-gun narrative, regardless of actual facts. We definitely need forces out there to balance them out. Matter of fact, let me get back to post this. So Brooke was nice enough to come in and actually give some class to the stream. And this is, hold on, is that the right? No, maybe that's not the right one. My mental retardation, guys. Let me make sure. No, that's Alex. That's Forge of Freedom. Here it is. I still had it up. There it is. WomenForGunRights.org. So that's where the DC project has evolved. So they're definitely another group that's fighting for our rights that needs some more support. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's get back to the second set of arguments from the Supreme Court. I had them paused, so we'll start it off wherever. Again, this is more kind of the Tic Toc.
It's not a least restrictive means alternative. But you do have to at least consider alternatives. Here, if the concern, let's take the data security concern, which you put your finger on.
I know you want to keep going on, but I can't let you because I can't monopolize the argument, okay? But let me just get to the bottom of that, all right? You seem to...
No, maybe this was a replay of the original. Did they start the second argument? Because I remember that line from Sotomayor where she was saying she couldn't monopolize the... Oh, hold on. We got to watch this. A.G. Garland remarks about the ATF. I didn't know this was coming. Beetlebug. For those of you who don't or hadn't heard yet, Beetlebug
to fight violent
went ahead and resigned.
Up individually, so. Good morning, and wow, thank you all so very much for being here on this cold, snowy day. This is incredible.
Brother Tactical Skillionaire, what's going on,
an
my
honor
brother?
and privilege to have you all here to recognize our friend and
Hey, Tat,
ATF
go ahead and throw
Director
your
Stephen
channel
Dettelbach.
out in the chat, brother.
My name is Chelsea Rice, and I have the privilege of emceeing this event today. I initially, before I began, wanted to take a moment to recognize our fearless ATF team and our partners in California who are, as we speak, battling the devastating wildfires there. And our thoughts and prayers are with everyone affected by this devastation.
I don't know, Matt.
So
I didn't
please
hear
continue to
anything
keep
about
them
Garland
in your hearts and prayers, as I know you are.
resigning. It would be really
With us
cool.
today, we have supporters of ATF.
I mean, he's going to be
from
replaced
across
here
the Department
shortly
of
anyway.
Justice and the federal government, including the White House. We are privileged to have former ATF Director Brad Buckles here with us today, and so many friends and supporters of ATF and Director Dettelbach. That you all are here is a testament to the incredible work that has been achieved by everyone at ATF since the director came in 2022. When he joined ATF as the director in 2022, he had been a long staple in the Department of Justice community. In fact, when he was U.S. Attorney in Cleveland, Ohio, he hired me to the Department of Justice. Since 2010, it has been the honor of my life to serve this country. And it has been an even bigger honor to work with my friends here at ATF. Thank you. Today's my last day too, by the way, so thank you. Thank you for your patience with my emotional turmoil.
ATF circle
when Steve
jerk,
asked me to come here with him that summer, I didn't hesitate because I knew from him being a friend, a mentor, fellow Buckeye fan.
She's emotional.
Sorry, Texas fans, but I think tonight's going to be a rough one. I had no doubt of what he could achieve to fight violent crime and make this country safer. It's because of Steve's leadership, passion, intelligence, creativity, unyielding drive, and not giving up and pushing that I did not hesitate to join him.
Yeah, he's so creative. He will find many ways to fuck with wording and change the definition of words to trample on your rights.
I had no doubt that he would be an outstanding leader and would work tirelessly to protect the people of this country. And that's exactly what he has done. Working at ATF these past 2.5 years has been an absolute privilege, not only because I was able to serve as his counselor and currently acting chief of staff, but I got to work alongside the incredible women and men of this agency. In addition, it has been a true honor because I have been able to work and observe the extraordinary leaders at the Department of Justice whose support, dedication, and compassion has been instrumental in ATF's success. One of those leaders is our first speaker, our Deputy Attorney General of the United States, Lisa Monaco, or the DAG, as all of you DOJ folks know her, and in fact, many of our loved ones also now know when we refer to her as the DAG.
Well, Brother Tactical ain't going to throw his channel
Deputy
out in
Attorney
the chat.
General
I'm going to throw it
Monaco
out in
is
the chat.
devoted and inspiring public servant and a true
If
champion
you guys are
of
not
law
following
enforcement.
Brother Tactical,
She has supported ATF's
you need to
mission
be following him
and
too.
all of you and all of us since day one. When we pitched new initiatives to drive down violent crime, she was our fiercest supporter. When we asked her to help us spread the word about new crime gun intelligence centers, she did not hesitate. And most importantly, when agents were shot or injured in the line of duty, her sympathy and compassion were palpable. We are all better as an agency, a department, and a country because of her leadership. Thank you, Deputy Attorney General Monaco. And please join me in welcoming the 39th Deputy Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Lisa Monaco.
Another little hacked off tyrant.
Thanks so much, Chelsea. I really hope that your families only know me as the DAG. But really, thanks so much for that generous introduction and for your incredible service to this great agency and to our beloved Justice Department. Now I want to start by recognizing Steve's family here today, especially his wife, Carol, and Allie and David. Steve's service, as you all have heard me say many times before, like so many in the Justice Department, is really enabled by their loved ones. All of our work is enabled by our loved ones and the sacrifices you make. So his service is your service too. So thank you for your sacrifices.
No, they absolutely don't care about the country.
Now, it is really an honor to be here to help celebrate and say farewell to Steve Dettelbach, a towering figure in the department. I mean, it's too easy, right? Not just because he's the tallest component head. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's a really tall. Matter of fact, I didn't know they stacked shit that high.
I didn't fact check that, but I mean, right? But when I think about the breadth and the length of Steve's service from civil rights prosecutor, AUSA, U.S. attorney, and service as the ATF director, I think of a word, boundless. Boundless energy, starting most days before sunrise, ending deep into the night. Boundless optimism, a can-do attitude, and you've all seen it, never tamped down by, well, anyone.
Yeah, DB, he announced his retire or his resignation.
And boundless
Over a week ago now, something like that.
Pushing the envelope, going the extra mile, encouraging staff to generate new and innovative ideas, maybe sometimes to their chagrin, but always for the enduring benefit of our communities. Now, despite our differences in height, Director Dettelbach and I often saw eye to eye. And that's because we agree on an essential premise about ATF's work, one that all of you have heard from day one and since from Steve day in and day out. Everything we do at ATF, he says, begins and ends with public safety. And I've witnessed that mantra in action every day of Steve's service and that of the incredible leadership team that he has assembled. And as the first Senate confirmed ATF director,
oh yeah, they're absolutely innovative with that, Matt.
He took that mandate and he ran with it. There are too many notable successes to list today, but allow me to highlight just a few of the accomplishments
like
that
a tart on
ATF
pudding
realized under his leadership. He led ATF's implementation of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most significant gun safety legislation in over 30 years, putting that landmark bipartisan legislation into action.
Yeah, and the bipartisan, so-called Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, we're still seeing damage from that. There were a lot of guys out there that didn't think it was going to be that serious, but Brian Malinowski would disagree that it wasn't that serious if he was alive to actually disagree with it.
Has meant investigating and charging hundreds of defendants for firearms trafficking and straw purchasing, keeping guns out of the most dangerous individuals. Because of the enhanced background checks for those under 21 that were established.
Oh my freaking God. I mean, she's basically just bragging about the fact that the ATF has murdered people and jailed people. I got to let this play. I got to let it play. I got to let it play.
In the law, nearly 1,000 transactions have already been stopped. Again, keeping guns out of those who shouldn't have them because they pose a danger to our families and our communities. Because of ATF's work and Steve's leadership, critical updates to regulations now make it.
I got to stop it there. She can't. They can't even be honest about the most basic facts, that the majority of denials through the NICS system are false positives.
Harder for criminals and other prohibited persons to obtain untraceable ghost guns. And those who are engaged in the business of selling guns must get a federal license.
I can't even let this thing play for a minute. It's provable fact that it is way easier for a criminal to remove a serial number off of a firearm that was manufactured by an FFL that had an existing serial number than it is for a criminal to build a functional firearm out of like an 80% receiver or a print or something like that. The sheer amount of narrative horse shit in her statement so far, and we're not even the minute into this, is mind-blowing.
And on his
Okay,
watch,
maybe we're more than a minute
ATF
into it.
cracked down on firearm smuggling by cartels and transnational criminal organizations, making our communities safer. Throughout it all, Steve exhibited that boundless
cracked down on
energy
firearm
at
smuggling by the
outset.
ATF.
I have an enduring image of Steve in my mind for the regular meetings he and his team would have in my conference room. He would literally, his like nearly 7-foot frame, be bouncing on his toes of his feet, on the balls of his feet. So excited was he to talk about ATF's work.
100%, Matt.
Famously, though, none of this was easy, not at all. ATF is, of course, no stranger to being in the bullseye, but no matter what, Steve never stopped working in good faith to reach across the aisle, to reach across borders, to reach out to those with strongly held views of all kinds from all perspectives to find common ground.
Hold on. She just said ATF is in the bullseye. Not near as in the bullseye as people like Brian Malinowski or Dogs or anybody involved with the super safety or FRT triggers or any number of different completely legal items.
All in an effort to save lives. He worked day and night as a fierce advocate for the women and men of ATF to prioritize investments in ATF's people, to prioritize investments in its mission and its unique role working with its state and local partners to protect our communities by relentlessly advocating for crime gun intelligence, nearly doubling the number of crime gun intelligence centers or CGICs nationwide in the past 4 years, by adding 139 NIBIN sites and growing the number of agencies contributing to that vital database, totaling more than 12,000 now, a huge, huge accomplishment. And by increasing the number of law enforcement agencies authorized to access the E-Trace application. Today, more than half of all law enforcement agencies can now use that critical tool. Thanks to Steve and to Marvin before him, they made me an evangelist for crime gun intelligence for one simple reason. It works, it saves lives, it helps our state and local partners take the most prolific trigger pullers off the streets. Steve has led with great vision, championing innovation in ATF's mission, especially by focusing on emerging threats. Because of this vision, ATF led the charge to go after deadly machine gun conversion devices that turn run-of-the-mill firearms into weapons of war. He convened experts from our national labs, from academia, from the 3D printing industry to address the proliferation.
How about all those deadly machine gun conversion devices that are flooding the country right now, that are all over streets of Chicago and LA, and I don't see all them little shitheads getting raided.
Of these illegal machine guns that are devastating our communities. Now, while many of ATF's accomplishments can be measured with research and stats, some are harder to see. The loved one who made it home last night because a firearm dealer conducted a background check. The child who is safe at school today because ATF disrupted a gun trafficking network. These accomplishments, these victories are harder to count, but they are lived out by Americans every single day. Steve, because of your work and that of the dedicated men and women of ATF, our communities are safer. And those who've been touched by gun violence, though there are far too many of those, they have a place at the center of ATF's work. Indeed, they have a featured place at the center of this very building and of this organization. I think it's quite fitting that we are doing this farewell ceremony for you as we face the faces of gun violence, because it's such a priority for you, Steve. Steve's and ATF's dedication to public safety and the victims of gun violence is quite literally reflected here at the center of this building in the faces of gun violence. And I was proud to participate in ATF's inaugural Gun Violence Survivor Summit, born of Steve's and ATF's commitment to supporting victims of gun violence and their families, the mothers, the fathers, the sons, the daughters, those in law enforcement who all made the ultimate sacrifice. In dedicating the faces of gun violence, Steve spoke of ATF's dedication to, and I quote, honoring the fallen and protecting the living. Steve has demonstrated that commitment time and again, always there for those who run toward danger, always there at the ATF agent's bedside, invested in his or her recovery every step of the way, always there to comfort the families of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Steve, my friend, thank you. Thank you for your leadership of this great agency.
Brother Chessboard, what is up? How are you today?
Your tireless efforts leave ATF and the Justice Department a better place. I'm grateful for your partnership, for your leadership, and your friendship. Thank you.
Oh, Dettelbach don't look happy.
Thank you so very much, Deputy Attorney General Monaco. I should have noted at the beginning, due to obviously the Deputy Attorney General and the Attorney General schedules, we did have some scheduling changes, and the Attorney General would be speaking later on in the program. So thank you for your flexibility, and we are honored to have both of them here with us today. Likewise, the Deputy Attorney General may not be able to stay for the whole event, and we are so honored that you could open for us today. Thank you so very much. When I spoke earlier about the incredible people at ATF, this is best exemplified by our next three presenters, starting with our Deputy Director, Marvin Richardson. Deputy Director Richardson is traveling right now, but he would not have missed the opportunity to give our director remarks and express his appreciation. So we will play that video here in a moment. And immediately following his remarks in the video, you will hear remarks from our two executive assistant directors, Alfonso Hughes and Robert Sakata. I don't think it would be a shock to anyone to hear that you and the deputy director have been the foundation of everything that we could accomplish here the last 2.5 years. Your wisdom, patience, sage advice, and friendship have truly been the foundation of everything.
From what I understand, Marvin got passed over.
As I said earlier,
or
you're stuck with us for life. We're friends,
basically because Marvin
proud to say Department of Justice
wasn't
going
as
forward.
big of
So
an
thank you
anti-gun tool
for your
as
career in
Dettelbach
public
is.
service and everything you do to keep the public safe. With that, I would like to play Deputy Director Richardson's video. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there with you in person today as we bid farewell to a truly outstanding leader, Director Steve Dettelbach. Steve, your leadership, vision, and dedication have left an indelible mark on this agency and the mission that we serve. Over the past 2.5 years, you've been a staunch supporter of this agency, leading with unwavering integrity, a steadfast commitment to justice, and a deep respect for the men and women who serve ATF. When we first met that day in the White House Rose Garden, where you were announced as the nominee. I whispered to you that you were going to fall in love with this agency and the people who carry out this mission. And today, I think it's safe to say that I was right. I know that it was like drinking from a fire hose in the beginning, but you quickly consumed and digested everything from policies and procedures to ATF orders, and yes, even those dreaded ATF acronyms. You hit the ground running, and in just over a year, you made it to all 25 field divisions and many other locations as you filled your travel days with stops at any office that was in striking distance so that you could personally speak with our people. From the time that you assumed this role, the mission of ATF has been elevated in the Department of Justice with our state and local counterparts and with numerous other partners, both inside and outside of government. At a time when the challenges that we face have grown more complex and the stakes even higher, you brought clarity, resolve, and vision that charted a clear path for us in the current administration. Your focus on key priorities, such as modernizing operations, fostering a culture of accountability, and building partnerships, has set a standard for leadership that will inspire this agency for years to come. Under your leadership, we achieved the launch of Spartan, our new law enforcement
such as
management
running
system.
illegal gun
We
registries.
modernized our industry programs and services platforms through the ITEM project. We saw exponential growth in the development and launching of crime and intelligence analytics, and we implemented new rules and regulations which modernized the language in both the GCA and the NFA, enabling us to keep pace with 3D printing and injection molding industries. You fostered an environment that supported going after some of the most dangerous offenders in communities across this country and strengthened our partnerships with domestic and international law enforcement, just to name a few things. These achievements are not just milestones. They are a testament to your ability to see the bigger picture while ensuring that no detail was overlooked. But Steve, you've been more than just a strong leader. You have been a source of inspiration, a mentor, and a tireless advocate of the men and women who support this mission and wear this badge. You have always understood that demonstrated that you cared by actually doing things. Things like a thank you call to a group to congratulate them on an outstanding firearms trafficking case, or participating in our monthly front office chats to let the agency know just what's going on. Perhaps it was personally visiting injured agents to ensure them that the agency has their backs. Your actions remind us all of the values that make this agency and this country great.
I'm wondering here if the agents that raided freaking Malinowski and murdered him in his own home got like a cards of appreciation from Dettelbach.
Your tenure has left a legacy that extends beyond the walls of this agency. It's a legacy of accountability, resilience, rule of law. You have made us stronger, more capable, and better prepared to face the future. And as you leave this role, we know the values that you brought and the foundations that you've laid will guide us into the future. And while we will miss your leadership, we take comfort in knowing that your impact will be felt long after this chapter closes. And so on behalf of the entire agency, thank you for your service, your unwavering leadership, and your commitment to the principles of justice that guide our work. We wish you nothing but the best of success and fulfillment in the next phase of your journey. And now, on behalf of myself, Fonz, and Rob, we want to present you with this ATF wall badge. And we hope that you will proudly display it and let everyone know that you led, supported, and believe in the agency whose mission it is to run towards the gunfire. And now, for myself, personally, Director Dettelbach, Steve,
Poor Delabach looks like he just got handed a giant turd. This is beautiful.
Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your partnership and allowing me to walk beside you on this journey. And thank you for everything that you have done for this agency. You will always have a home here at ATF. May God bless you and your family in the next chapter of your journey. We appreciate everything that you've done for us. God bless you and stay safe.
Personally, I would like to present Dettelbach with the original plasma cut I did, the whole fuck the AFT badge. You know, the one with the dead dogs on it and stuff. Yeah, I'd like to produce. I'd like to send that to him. Sending you 3 pictures. All right, brother.
The director started by recognizing me with an oh, and the reason being is I'm not as eloquent as any one of the other speakers for me speaking. So yeah, over the last almost 2.5 years, the director and I have worked together every day and been on the phone from early in the morning, some days starting at around 5:30 in the morning till late at night. They weren't always pleasant conversations. They were good conversations about work. And I will say that there was a lot of learning in the sense of operational side. How does ATF work? And during those conversations, not once did he ever challenge what we were doing operationally. Always supported every idea we came up with to figure out how we could make public safety a priority and how our folks can conduct those operations successfully and safely. Those were the 2 things that he focused on the most every day. I can't say that was true in the past. In the past, we had a lot of pushback on some of the operations, especially our more overt undercover operations that were quite challenging to conduct safely. We received a lot of pushback, but he handled those as a prosecutor, was not new to them, and was very supportive on those, and was very supportive of every one of our investigative tools. Our special agents that focus on criminal operations every day, whether it's our firearms trafficking cases, our violent crime cases, our arson and explosives cases. Every one of those was a top priority for the director and for this agency, and he did everything he could to support us there. And he really championed everything that our agency did so well every day that didn't catch the political attention that was always negative. This was all the positive work that happened behind the scenes, but had the most effect in public safety. People don't pay a lot of attention to, unfortunately. In those days, there was an opportunity. He could have said no, a hard no, and told me never to come back and ask that question, but he never did. He said no, and he allowed me to come back, often several times, and nibbling at the apple a few times until I got back with a yes. So I do have to thank you for that, because I have been told many times no, a hard no, and never to come back again and ask that question. So I never got that answer, and I do thank you for that from myself and from all of our folks out there that are doing this job every day. You heard the DAG talk about your support for our agents, and I can personally talk about your care and support for 3 of our agents in particular. There's many that you've called after them being injured during a law enforcement operation, but 3 in particular suffered very critical injuries. Adam Daniels, Carlos Valle, and most recently Matt Murray. And each of those agents were obviously not only concerned for their own well-being, but so much. And the first thing that the director did was to stand up and reassure each one of them that ATF had their back. We were truly a family. He reminded them that we were like a real family, that we've sometimes fought with each other.
Yeah,
behind the
true
scenes,
that,
but we
Matt.
still love one another, and we're always there when you need it.
Pretty much the entire ATF needs to be
actually,
abolished, burnt to the ground.
Put in writing.
It needs to be salted in the
a letter for
ashes
each one of
and
them
never
that,
allowed
would,
to
protect their jobs
grow again.
in support of a law that was recently passed in 22 to protect not only federal law enforcement, but federal fighters that are hurt in the line of duty. So that went a long way, not only for those three, but for the rest of our folks that are out there risking their lives every day because they take it for granted. Every one of them are out there doing it and don't realize that one moment can change, and every great plan can be foiled by a bad guy with a plan that we didn't know what they were thinking. And life's changed forever at that point. So that was huge for us. And I thank you so much for doing that. And really as paves the path forward to protect our people in the future as well. From a personal perspective, thank you for your patience.
Now, I'll say this in all honesty and all fairness to the ATF. They have taken some violent criminals off the street. However, the murder of innocent people far outweighs the good that they have done. Rolling up on someone like freaking Brian Malinowski's door, covering up his camera, kicking his door in, and then shooting him in the face at 6 o'clock in the morning is more than enough to prove that agency should be absolutely abolished and burnt to the damn ground. I mean, it should have been enough with many other things, Waco and Ruby Ridge being two of the more well-known cases. But yes, they have gone after some violent criminals that needed to be off the street. But, you know, if a serial killer takes out a pedophile, I'll give him props for taking out the pedophile, but you're still a serial killer, buddy. And the other innocent people that you murdered kind of negate the little bit of good that you actually did.
With me, I'm not an easy person to deal with. I know that, and I apologize to anyone that I have offended at any given time. But I will tell you that my intention is good, and I thank you for supporting me and my family during a very challenging time that we went through for about a year. So my wife and I greatly appreciate that, and I have been also asked to thank you on behalf of our friends at Wichita State. They were trying to travel here last night. And encountered multiple weather cancellations and then ultimately drove off the road going back to their homes, but they're okay, thank God. So they'll be reaching out to you later themselves, but thank you from all of us. And I look forward to hearing great things about your future very soon.
All right, Steve, today is symbolic and bittersweet at the same time. So while in government, we are used to going through a transition every 4 years or so with our leadership, it hit ATF's a little bit different when we say farewell, especially to a Senate confirmed leader.
In other words, we are the unelected bureaucrats that actually run things. We just have to make slight adjustments every 4 years.
That carries the weight of a presidential nomination. Here at ATF, we are used to the fight. We are used to fighting every day and justifying our existence and prove the worth of existence to the American people. But it brings the staff a sense of calm when we have a leader we can reference by the permanent title of ATF Director. You were only the second Senate-confirmed ATF director in our history, and you selflessly served in that role, just like all of the former directors, to include those who all had acted I joyfully carry most humble appreciation of you and your family for making that sacrifice and commitment to the women and men of ATF. Sir, you may not remember me or the Enforcement Programs and Services Directorate staff when we met you at the White House upon your nomination. But after all the speeches, we weaseled our way through the crowds and finally made it to you and Carol and your two children. And I remember saying to you, hey, sir, we're not famous. We're just two of your staff members
Yeah,
here.
that's pretty much saying the
And you
quiet part
high-fived
out
us and
loud.
said, we're going to work hard and we're going to have fun doing it. I also remember you saying to your wife, welcome to work. Because in this position, whether she knew it or not, she was going to be living the same schedule that you were living every day. All of those words stuck with me, and I am sure it's same for the truth for the EPS leadership team at the time that was with me. We did work hard, we did drive change, and now although I can't speak of the fun that everybody had every day, but truly it has been a positive learning experience these last few years. What I did learn personally from you, never say no, never say we can't, give it your best shot at getting the job done, and no matter what the roadblocks are that are set forth in front of you. The list goes on for what you challenge the entire executive team here at ATF to accomplish every day. For the administration directorates, you demanded excellence, perseverance.
Yeah, those pesky roadblocks like constitutional rights, constitutional restraints on government powers, having to get laws actually passed through Congress, who are the lawmakers, and not just being able to make shit up as you go.
You told me, Alfonso, cut the red tape. And I remember it was actually downright funny at times sitting at the oval table in your office upstairs when we would passively argue our points and lose. But later you would admit we were right, or maybe not outright admit. Sometimes behind closed doors, you say you were right, Alfonso, or something like that. But in the end, you know, the mission was accomplished and we did it every time, and on to the next. I would say you impacted many of us here in the same regard, and the majority of others here in the audience today. You kept the front office in check, consistent, no matter how tough a decision was. You always thought of the people first. Then you went through a mental checklist of risks, arguments, and needless to say, cross-examination of your staff, all taken into consideration when you made your decision. Steve, I wish you the best.
Or when they cut the red tape, they can cut a little piece out of the red tape and use that to cover your doorbell camera when they kick your house in and murder you.
Post-ATF career of your life, one hopefully spent closest with your family. Dee Dee Richardson reflected on our token from the front office, and that was the director's Iron Art badge inscribed with your badge number, which was number 1. This badge is symbolic to all of us for your service as a leader of this great agency and all agencies across federal, state, local government that we've provided services to. Also, today, your photo is on the wall of directors on the 5th floor. So as you walk out today, you'll see that photo next to all the other directors. We know you will always wear the boxing gloves for us and fight for ATF behind the scenes and moving forward. So, sir, Godspeed and good luck. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Robin Fons. Deputy. Well, as you've heard said, everything we do at ATF begins and ends with public safety. And our partnerships with local, state, tribal, and federal law enforcement partners are absolutely critical to that mission. We simply could not do our jobs without these prized relationships. That is why we are so honored to have Mr. Jim Pasco here to speak today. Mr. Pasco has a distinguished career in public service, including many years as an assistant director at ATF, and he's currently the executive director of the National Fraternal Order of Police.
Is it just me, or does this chick just look absolutely greasy?
The world's largest organization of sworn law enforcement officers. Mr. Pasco, thank you so much for being here with us today and for your continued partnership. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Pasco. Thank you.
Thank you. I did, in fact, spend 25 years at ATF. There are very few people here who were around when I even retired, except for maybe Brad Buckles. So Brad's heard this before. I stand before you today almost totally unprepared to make remarks, because when you're talking about somebody like Steve Duttleback, who in such a short period of time left such a mark here in Washington, his accomplishments, his drive, and so forth stand out, and they've all been picked off, starting with Lisa Monaco, and all the way through Cicada and so forth. And by the way, when you apologize to everybody for being kind of a crank at times when you worked here, don't do that. That's a sign of weakness. But I did, in fact, try to do a little research, because I anticipated that a lot of the high points would be covered. And I even went to AI, which I only allow used in my office for spell check and that kind of thing. But I went to AI and I punched in Steve Duttleback and came pretty close to something.
Yeah, absolutely, Chess.
Time and again was one.
Brother Sam, what's going on? How are you doing today?
Who was an early automotive pioneer.
Me and the fam are doing good, man. Thanks for asking.
Weren't really germane, so I didn't even steal that. I was talking earlier with my colleague and friend.
Hey, and I know I've said it a couple times today, but you guys that got channels, throw your channels out in the chat, guys. Sam, throw yours out. Chess, throw yours out.
About you and your tenure here. And we as groups, and there are 6, 7, 8 major police organizations in the
you guys are part of the Blue Ridge Mafia for a reason.
DC. One is the major county sheriffs, which Sheriff Chapman has been a mainstay of, and Vince, of course, is the CEO at IACP. And our agendas and our points of view differ from time to time, but when it comes to public safety issues and violent crime, we're all in agreement. And I know I speak for them just based on our conversations here and our conversations over the last 2.5 years on what an asset you have been to not just ATF and not just federal law enforcement, but to those absolutely vital partnerships with state and local law enforcement.
Barnaby, what's up, brother Bernie? How are you doing today?
Is Ann Milgram here today?
You all good, brother?
Okay. I was talking to her the other day and talking about you and talking about ATF. And I said, from our perspective, and again, we have 377,000 members who are never afraid to complain, So if they don't like you, we know about it. But I am absolutely confident that of all the agencies, based on the feedback we get and the reaction we get when we say we want to help ATF on funding or what have you, that ATF continues to be one of the most popular and relied upon agencies with our members. And they're the guys with the boots on the ground, and they're the ones who relate to the agents on the street. And that goes to the culture of ATF. When you first came in, you may recall, President Yos and I came over to visit with you, and the first question you asked us, what do we need to do differently? What do we need to change? And we said, then don't change anything. Just support it and nurture it. The culture of ATF and the willingness of the agents to get up in the middle of the night, work in the most dangerous situations, shoulder to shoulder with their local law enforcement counterparts, is something that's always been there. And you have done an awful lot to foster that and proselytize a willingness to get out there. And you've been kind of a force multiplier in that regard. And we'll always remember you for that and appreciate it. And your boundless energy, which has been referred to before, and you have empowered your executive staff to be involved in the same way. And Marvin, the energy, travels the countryside. I don't think he'll ever let up. you know. But in any event, we appreciate you for all those things. We appreciate the culture of ATF. And I would just close by saying I really did look and research, you know, people in leadership positions who came before us that we could maybe equate to Director Dettelbeck's approach and energetic level. And being an old Army guy, I kind of drifted to prominent generals, and I thought of General Douglas MacArthur for one, and more contemporary General Tommy Franks, who distinguished himself during the Middle East conflicts that we were involved in when he was at the top of his game, and with you. And I thought, what is the commonality here? What do all three of these guys have that made them special? I thought, wait a minute, they're all tall.
Good deal, buddy Barney.
And that was about it.
I'm still working on
But in any event,
afternoon
we
coffee.
Can't thank you enough, and we congratulate you, and we wish you well. We understand you're staying around town, so we hope we see a lot more of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Pasco. I mentioned earlier the incredible privilege it has been to serve ATF under such extraordinary Department of Justice leadership. Our next speaker has led the Justice Department with unmatched fortitude, compassion, integrity, and dedication. Our Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Merrick B. Garland.
Freaking retarded already.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Risha, and hello, everyone. Sorry I'm coming in late and leaving early, but who knew that my last 2 weeks would be quite so busy, but they are. I want to start by recognizing Steve's family, his wife, Carol, who's here with us today, children, Allie and David, who are joining us virtually. Is that right? Oh, they're not virtually, they're here. Okay, scratch that off. I don't know. Nowadays, I can't tell the difference between FaceTime and real time, so. All of us in public service know that our careers are made possible by the support of our families who've sacrificed so much so that we may serve. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for your support of Steve. Now is the time to thank you, Steve, for the countless ways you have advanced ATF's mission for the past 2.5 years. You helped lead the Justice Department's efforts to accelerate the fight against gun violence on every front, from cracking down, leading our partnerships with state and local enforcement ATF regulations. Under your leadership, ATF agents and field divisions across the country partnered with state and local law enforcement to turn the tide against violent crime. Preliminary data shows that 2024 will mark the 3rd year in a row that we have seen a substantial decline in murders nationwide. You oversaw the expansion of our crime gun intelligence centers, employing cutting-edge technology to trace crime guns, link ballistics evidence to connect shootings, and identify gun traffickers and straw purchasers who arm violent criminals. You championed NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, which is one of the most powerful tools the Justice Department has in its fight against gun violence. Because of your leadership, ATF is now working more closely than ever with our state and local law enforcement partners to turn the evidence they collect at crime scenes into leads. In FY 2023 alone, ATF generated over 200,000 leads. Indeed, as I have traveled the country meeting with local law enforcement in almost every single state, the question
Oh, let me see what.
Yeah, the director started by recognizing.
We did work hard.
Well,
We
my
did
connection's
drive
acting a little screwy again, guys. Kind of forgive me for that one.
And I would just close by saying.
Justice Department with unmatched.
But they are. I want to start by recognizing Steve's family, his wife Carol, who's here with us today, children Allie and David. Steve. Now's the time to thank you, Steve, for the countless ways you have advanced ATF's mission for the past 2.5 years. You helped lead the Justice Department's efforts to accelerate the fight against gun violence on every front, from cracking down on criminal gun trafficking pipelines to deepening our partnerships with state and local law. Under your leadership, ATF agents and field divisions across the country partnered with state and local law enforcement to turn the tide against violent crime. Preliminary data shows that 2024 will mark the 3rd year in a row that we have seen a substantial decline in murders nationwide. You oversaw the expansion of our crime gun intelligence centers, employing cutting-edge technology to trace crime guns, link ballistics evidence to connect shootings, and identify gun traffickers and straw purchasers who arm violent criminals. You championed NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, which is one of the most powerful tools the Justice Department has in its fight against gun violence. Because of your leadership, ATF is now working more closely than ever with our state and local law enforcement partners to turn the evidence they collect at crime scenes into leads. In FY 2023 alone, ATF generated over 200,000 leads on violent criminals. Indeed, as I have traveled the country meeting with local law enforcement in almost every single state, the question
So yeah, it looks like C-SPAN cut off before Garland finished his remarks. Let me see. I'll tell you what, while I'm looking for something else, let me share this. And this is to share about Brooks, Great Start.
Welcome to a Great Start.
And just to give everybody a little bit of flavor of Brooks training, and I wanted to share this so everybody get a look at it.
Student School. We are located at 144 Mansfield Road, Harlem, Connecticut. I'm looking forward to your arrival. When you arrive, please feel free to park on the grass. Yes, you really can park on the grass. I do ask the place I don't want you parking is right here next to the garage. That is our road to the range. When you arrive, the dogs will know you are here. This is Smarty and this is Hawkeye. Smarty is the one who will bark at you and will try to run away from you when you try to pet him.
Hopefully this is not sharing something that shouldn't be shared, Brooke. If it is, I apologize. I don't see why it would be like close guarded secret.
Hawkeye is our puppy, and his job is to try not to jump on you because he's super excited you're here. Your job is to wait for your class to start. I will come and get you. I might be coming from the range or maybe from the classroom. Either way, if you will, just sit tight and I'll be there shortly.
Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Depends on when you watch this.
It is certainly a joy to share and be on a stream with. So I think me and her are going to try to hook up a stream together here shortly. I'll try to be on my best behavior. Brooke will do a pretty good job of slapping me around to keep me in line. There's another. I'm sorry for the clicking's driving everybody nuts. I was looking for, there's another video I had saved I wanted to share with you guys. And I'm having issues finding it. It's one of those, as always, you get stuff saved, you get an idea, you want to share something, you get started on 19 other things and then lose track of stuff. At least that's my little squirrel brain. So give me another minute. I'll see if I can. Still looking for this. And knowing me, I will probably run across something and freaking share something else. Yeah, tactical. We're still going. I'm off work and hanging out today, so might as well just let it ride. We looked at the oral arguments. Then I didn't know that A.G. Garland and everybody was throwing the resignation party for Stephen Dettelbach. So of course we had to watch that. And then, like I said, there's another video I wanted to share with you guys that I'm looking for. That was a whole another one that I wanted to share out. It's the only problem with following so many freaking cool ass people that actually are worried about sharing the truth and are actually honest people, that it's so hard to keep up with everybody's freaking content. It's a good problem to have. Oh, chess, man. I saw the pictures you sent me. Yeah, man, those are freaking crazy. California looks like a nuclear wasteland right now. It absolutely looks like something out of a freaking Fallout video game. Now, really and truly, though, we're like you were talking about, the trees still standing, power lines still standing. Some of that is those fires are burning so fast and so hot that they're burning right around past those trees and power poles without actually burning the poles and the trees. I know it's weird, but like watching controlled burns are actually happening in real time. That's tends to be what happens. Fort Benning has always been great about setting controlled burns and just letting them run wherever they want to go. It's they give zero shits about stopping their controlled burns sometimes. But we've watched them just roast entire hunting areas. And the cool thing is they move through so fast. They burn off all the fuel, and then within really and truly within a couple of weeks, man, you see the green new vegetation pop through. The trees barely show any signs of damage in a lot of cases. And the woods are just freaking beautiful after it. I absolutely love when they burn off areas like right before, a couple weeks before hunting season. They've done it a couple times, and the areas are just gorgeous. The couple times where the couple years that they've burned off areas at the right timing before hunting seasons, I've, man, just smoked deer. I mean, right and left in those areas. I've literally had a couple of seasons out there where, especially when areas have been burned off, I could have tagged every single one of my 10 deer tags in a single afternoon. It's crazy. I'm going to give it another minute or two trying to freaking find this thing. And then I'll probably kill this stream. And there's a chance I might try kind of a test gaming stream this afternoon, because I'm going to wind up playing some Skyrim for a little while anyway. I might see whether I can share it and just hang out. If I can actually pull it off and it works decently smooth, I might do some more streams like that just to hang out, to do something not serious, not be on any serious topic, just playing a game, hanging out, chat, shoot the shit about anything that pops up. While I'm looking for this, though, any of you guys in the chat, make sure that you're posting your channels. Because either way, I am going to end this one in a couple minutes. Even if I find this video ain't that long. Oh, man. Safety Harbor Firearms, dude. I didn't see this video when it came up, but he freaking Rhodesianed out an FAL. Oh, I want it. Bad. Oh, there was one video I was going to share. That was the freaking rapper who was doing the interview and managed to pull the trigger on his gun in his pocket in the middle of the interview. That could be part of another serious stream, or it could just be Slam mocking this guy relentlessly, which I think that's probably where it's going to end up. Let's see. Where in the hell did I stick this freaking video? Dude, I got to finish up a bunch of builds before I actually go buy another gun. I gotta finish up the set me build. I gotta finish up the welding on that and get barrel components placed and get that gun up and running. I've got one polymer 80 right now that I just need a slide and barrel for. And then I think I'm going to take my off the rack 30-06 and just trick that gun out, put it in a chassis, and really play with that a little bit more. Because it's a Remington 700 30-06. The gun itself, action and everything solid, but it's in a just off the rack stock, synthetic stock, plain Jane. I did do a Cerakote job on it, so it looks cool, but I want to trick that gun out a little bit more, and that's gonna be at least a few $100s to throw that in a chassis that I like. So probably that'll be the next big money I throw at any kind of gun purchase. I got a while before I break down and actually spend the money on an FAL. And I know Tactical Muffin Top doesn't like him. He's a stuck-up guy like that. He doesn't like the FAL, but he was picking on me last night about it. But I just, for some reason, man, I just love an FAL. I've had my hands on a couple. I haven't shot one. I've had my hands on a couple of them, and there's just something about that gun, the aesthetics, the way the gun feels. I love that gun. All right. Look, this freaking video is somewhere right around here close. Where is it at? Because it was from, right around a week or so ago. Oh yeah, man. Remington 700s, they had their issues for a bit. And I can't remember everything about it, but every 700 that I've had, that my dad's had through the years, have always been solid. I've never had a single issue with them. This one I've been hunting with for, oh God, I don't know, past few years. And I mean, even a off the rack Walmart Remington 700. I mean, it's a tack driver. And even before I Cerakoted everything and glass bedded the stock and all that, it was a solid gun. I just want to take it and trick it out. And that's, I don't know, it serves a couple different purposes. One, right now I'm not working as a gunsmith, so it gives me more experience on doing something a little bit different with a gun, something that I would see, doing once I actually do get my FFL rolling. And I'm going to do that, which I've done it with some of my guns already. I'm going to do it with a bunch of others, just kind of using them as my test projects. Because I mean, even AK builds, redoing them, changing them up, I've learned a ton from them. House burnt down with plastic trash can intact. I don't know, man. Fire can be a freaking crazy, I guess, force. I don't know of a better way to term that. Because I've seen shit. survive fires that you wouldn't think would survive a fire. And then I've seen some things that were destroyed in fires. You'd think, man, wouldn't have been harmed. So love one in 300 Win Mag. Dude, I would love a 338. Or 300 Win Mag, either one. It probably about 2 years ago, I came close to pulling the trigger on a Ruger Precision in 338. It was an awesome looking gun. I've heard a lot of people talk about them being kind of a good entry into kind of some long range shooting. Not that I wanted to get into long range, but they were just, people talked about them like they were that solid of a gun. And I came real close. And I'm still kind of arguing with myself on I should have got it and kind of shouldn't have got it. I'm still kind of kicking myself a little on it. But you know how it is. Sometimes you're looking at stuff like that. It would be great to go ahead and get, and then you always end up, life gets in the way. Other stuff comes up. So it's like, damn, years ago, I came real close to getting a semi-auto 50 cal BMG. So Brown machine gun 50 BMG. It wasn't a Barrett. It was I think it was called a Grizzly. And I can't remember who manufactured that gun. This was back in, it had to have been like 2001, I think. I can't even remember the specs on the gun. It was semi-automatic mag fed though. And then decided, well, I might end up getting a 4-wheeler, and then something else came up, and it was I got a lot of love for guns and not enough money. Pretty much all you guys feel that. I'll tell you what. I'm going to share this out, and then we're going to end this one. And like I said, I might play around and see if I can crank up this stream, playing a little bit of Skyrim just to hang out, because I'm going to be playing it anyway. It's way more fun to shoot shit with you guys. So anyway, there's Chessboard's channel. I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there. So anyway, let me go ahead and end this one, Perps. We've been on here for freaking all morning into this afternoon watching the SCOTUS and hearing about President Trump, and we'll see probably some reactions from people like The View in the next day or so to Judge Merchan's refusal to burn the country down and try to imprison Trump. It's going to be absolutely hysterical. So you perps take him easy, man. I love all you guys. I'm going to get out of here. Like I said, I'm probably going to try this game stream. I got to pull a couple things up. So anyway, I love all you guys. You perps be cool. As always, keep that thing on you at all times. And we'll hopefully see you guys in a little bit. We'll see how this goes. Y'all be cool. Goon Bean, my brother. Yeah, we'll see how this goes, man. It's just something I've got a wild hair and wanted to try, so we'll see. Love all you guys. You guys be cool.